165 la kikanda na la kwanza barani Afrika. Tunajivunia sana kuzindua tukio hili huko Nairobi. Lengo letu ni wazi: kuimarisha
Just as the ocean of different unity, peace and liberty, plenty before bringing upon us. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
From September the 20th to the 22nd, Kenya hosts the eCommerce Day Africa Blended Professional Experience, a 3-day event dedicated to the professionalization of the retail sector, featuring the latest trends and case studies presented by digital commerce leaders. Essential content to boost digital channels and scale sales. From September the 20th to the 22nd, eCommerce Day Africa Blended Professional Experience. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, good morning. Good morning once again. It's lovely to see you all. I'm excited to be with you here today on this great day. The eCommerce Institute, USAID, Alliance for E-Trade Development, that's the E-Trade Alliance, and the American Chamber of Commerce in Kenya, AmCham, give you the most cordial welcome to the first edition of eCommerce Day Africa Blended Professional Experience. My name is Terry Anchebet, and I will be your MC today. Now, the event is a space where participants, that's all of us, will exchange knowledge and reflect on the new opportunities that have emerged in recent years with the acceleration of the e-commerce industry. It also allows us to learn about the trends and discuss challenges that the evolution of digital commerce brings to us. Today, we're joined by more than 40 speakers to analyze emerging trends, current challenges, and the future trajectory of the e-commerce industry in Africa. We appreciate your presence once again, and of course, the participation of all the sponsors, institutions, and companies that are accompanying us and made it possible for us to meet today. For those who are following us online, remember that by entering the event platform, you can network with other participants and vote for your favorite companies to win an award at the eCommerce Awards Africa. That's later today. To be able to enter, you should be registered at www.ecommerceday.africa. That's www.ecommerceday.africa. We also invite you to continue learning through the workshops available on demand. You can share your experience on social media. The hashtag we're using today is eDayAfrica. So I'm looking to see a lot of engagement online, especially for those who have not been able to join us here today. All right, to begin, I'd like to very quickly welcome up on stage Marcos Corydon, the president of eCommerce Institute and co-founder and global executive SVP VTEX. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Nairobi. Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, Africa. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor for me and for the Common Institute. Yesterday, when I was thinking about my opening words, I decided to share with you something that I did in less than 2 hours. I used 3 apps, 2 apps free, and 1 app pay with $15 per month, that show us the power with work with in and through internet. Something that all of you, me, all of us can do, and more than 40 speakers success case will share with you in these 3 days that we can do through and with digital commerce. Imagine if I can do that, what we can do in Nairobi, in Kenya, and in Africa. So if the production team have the video, could you share with that?
Karibu kwenye toleo la kwanza la eCommerce Day Africa Blended Professional Experience. Hii ni tukio letu la 165 la kikanda na la kwanza barani Afrika. Tunajivunia sana kuzindua tukio hili huko Nairobi. Lengo letu ni wazi: kuimarisha biashara ya kidijitali na kuitaalamisha katika mazingira yake kote Afrika. Tukio hili ni sehemu ya eCommerce Day World Tour, mpango ulioanzishwa Amerika Kusini miaka 15 iliyopita. Leo eCommerce Day ni kipimo cha kimataifa kinachojumuisha nchi 18. Dhamira yetu barani Afrika ni rahisi lakini yenye nguvu: kuendeleza maendeleo ya kikanda na ya kikanda kwa kushiriki maarifa, uzoefu na hadithi za mafanikio ambazo zinaongeza ukuaji wa ofa zinazofuata mazoea bora na kutoa uzoefu mzuri wa ununuzi kwa mtumiaji wa mwisho. Tukio hili linazingatia kuimarisha mlolongo mzima wa thamani wa biashara ya mtandaoni. Kutoka kwa watendaji na majukwaa ya malipo hadi mashirika ya masoko, kila mtu ana jukumu muhimu katika kuendeleza na kuimarisha mazingira katika kila nchi katika mkoa huo. Muundo wa tukio utaiga muundo uliofanikiwa Amerika Kusini, ukiwa na shughuli za ana kwa ana huko Nairobi na ufikiaji wa dijitali uliopanuliwa kupitia utiririshaji na jukwaa la yaliyomo ya dijitali linalopatikana kwa wakati mmoja au tofauti kote Kenya na Afrika. Kwa siku hizi 3, tutafurahia ajenda iliyojaa shughuli za mwingiliano zinazojumuisha wataalamu zaidi ya 50 na hadithi za mafanikio zilizoandaliwa na taasisi ya eCommerce, zikiungwa mkono na USAID, Umoja wa Itrade, na Chama cha Biashara cha Amerika nchini Kenya, AmCham Kenya. Ningependa kutoa shukrani za pekee kwa Paul Fekete, mshauri mkuu wa biashara ya kimataifa wa USAID, Kati Suominen, mkurugenzi wa ufundi wa eTrade Alliance, timu ya waandaaji inayoongozwa na Eric Libotelli kutoka eCommerce Institute, Michael Poe na timu yake katika Nectrade, kwa Ivo Wothom na timu yake katika Chama cha Biashara cha Amerika nchini Kenya, timu ya Palladium, na kwa kila mtu anayefanya tukio hili liwezekane, wasemaji, kampuni na taasisi. Pamoja tunasaidia kasi ya maendeleo ya mfumo wa ikolojia wa kidijitali nchini Kenya na kote Afrika. Asanteni nyote kwa kuwepo hapa. Ninawakaribisha kuchukua fursa hii kujifunza, kushiriki na kugundua mielekeo mipya katika biashara ya kidijitali ambayo ni rasilimali ya kimkakati kwa ukuaji wa uchumi wetu.
Well, what do you think my Swahili is good? Well, thank you very much and enjoyed all the eCommerce Day Africa blending professional experience. Thank you.
Marco, I must say your Kiswahili is a lot better than some of today. Let's give him another warm round of applause. You know, when I was asked to moderate this conference today, I asked myself, do I remember the first time I made a trade online? And I'm just curious, do you remember the first time you did yours? So mine was, I think, in 2015, and it was a pair of bed sheets. And if you're around my age, you know, we come from the times when we knew the shopkeeper by name, we knew his wife and his children. If you were really nice, sometimes you could take something on credit. So buying online then was a little difficult. And if you understand the definition of innovation theory, I was right at the back, you know, where the laggards are. But we have come so much far, especially as Kenya, as Africa, within the e-commerce space. And this is some of the conversations we'll be having today, you know, the impact that e-commerce has had on us, on our economy, and of course, on entrepreneurs and the innovation ecosystem as well. All right, I would like now to welcome David Rogers, Deputy Director, Office of Economic Growth and Integration at the U.S. Agency for International Development. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes on stage.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Thank you very much. It's truly an honor to be here for the inaugural eCommerce Day Africa, an event that marks the beginning of an era where digital trade will shape Africa's future. When we think of e-commerce, when I think about e-commerce, I often think of convenience, of being able to purchase a product from the comfort of our homes. But for Africa, e-commerce and digital trade mean so much more. It signifies a potential to connect, trade, and compete on a global scale. Kenya's youth, brimming with entrepreneurial spirit, see e-commerce not just as a buying and selling platform, but as an avenue to create employment, to reach markets beyond Kenya's borders, and to showcase our innovation. In our increasingly interconnected world, we are witnessing the fusion of the physical and the digital, challenging our norms, transforming industries, and redefining how we interact. As many of you know, Africa is innovations like mobile money are revolutionizing how we do business, connecting even the remotest places to the global economy. And again, of course, the poster child here would be M-Pesa, which started in 2007 and was dominant by 2010, and it solved a lot of the payment challenges that we face, in that it's secure, mobile, ubiquitous, and low cost. However, the road ahead is not without its challenges. Rapid technological shifts, lack of cross-border frameworks, data ownership issues, and logistical challenges pose significant hurdles. But every challenge presents an opportunity. And that is why USAID supports the E-Trade Alliance, a public-private partnership co-founded by USAID and an impressive ensemble of private sector titans like Google, Visa, UPS, DHL, and the African Talent Company. In collaboration with the E-Trade Alliance, we seek to navigate the intricate web of digital trade, from facilitating digital trade protocol negotiations to formulating inclusive and sustainable policies. Our objective is to equip African nations, especially thriving micro, small, and medium enterprises, with the tools and knowledge not to just participate, but to lead in the digital age. We want to ensure that as the world moves rapidly towards digital future, Africa is not left behind, but is at the forefront, driving innovation, setting standards, and breaking barriers. In closing, let's take a moment to reflect on the vast potential of digital trade holds for the African continent. It's a challenge ourselves, our governments, and our private sectors must embrace, and the opportunities to confront these obstacles head on. Through partnerships, resilience, and unwavering commitment to innovation, the future of e-commerce in Africa is bright. Now, perhaps you would have hoped to have had Ambassador Whitman deliver the remarks to the United States government. And while I'm not a former CEO of eBay, I do use e-commerce platforms. So I think that's going to be good enough, I hope, for everyone here. And just again, I don't think I need to emphasize that Ambassador Whitman is a champion for e-commerce, ICC, and digital everything for especially Kenya as the chief mission and ambassador here, but also for the rest of the continent. And I'm honored to be on her team working to advance digital initiatives in Africa. And I've just been very lucky, and she's amazing. And so I'll end with that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Rogers, and of course for talking about Meg Whitman and what she has done for Kenya. We've seen the tour in the US, and I think Kenya could not be luckier to have an ambassador such as Ambassador Whitman. All right, without much further ado, I would like to welcome our chief guest this morning, Alfred Ombudo, the Principal Secretary at the State Department of Trade in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments, to share with us his opening remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Morning, everybody. How are you today? Excellent. It's a pleasure to be here this morning in a group that is full of innovation. When you talk about e-commerce and digital trade, it's usually a very exciting group of people to be amongst. So I'm very happy to be here today. I will use this opportunity to share some thoughts and views around what we are seeing this important day and what it means to us, as a continent, and what it means to us as a global audience that is a consumer and generator of e-commerce services. So to Marcos Corydon, the president of the eCommerce Institute, and David Rogers, Deputy Director of OEG in the USAID office in Nairobi. I think we also have people from Palladium here today, the American Chamber of Commerce. But I think most important of all the entrepreneurs, the people that are actually driving e-commerce and digital trade. It's really an honor to be able to speak to you this morning. On the onset, I should say that Kenya, and indeed Africa, is really quite cusp of something really special. Digital trade and e-commerce and other forms of digital fulfillment in the economic sectors has given us new opportunities, enabled us to leapfrog and provide services in areas where previously these were not available. And it has also done a lot in as far as ensuring that not only e-commerce thrives, but that also government services are able to be delivered more efficiently and transparently. And so e-commerce to us is not just for the economy, but it is also for services. And that's why we strongly support it as a government. Allow me to say a few things. I think two of the speakers prior have spoken about how the digital economy is extremely important for us. We have a burgeoning set of entrepreneurs. We have young tech-savvy people who are not just producers of content, but are also consumers of e-commerce. We are also doing a lot of adaptation to ensure that everything we do as a government and as a commercial sector is propelled by our mobile devices, propelled by digital payment platforms, propelled by other platforms that ensure that we are able to be part of the e-commerce community. But what does this involve in reality? And what is the responsibility of any government that is keen to support the rollout of e-commerce? There are several things that must be done, and the government of Kenya is already rolling out many of these, and we continue to engage in conversations with the private sector so that we can create that environment that you need in order for digital trade and e-commerce to work as it should. What are some of these things? You know, the laws and regulations always have to make sure that we promote trust between buyers and sellers, and that we are able to have transparency around that. We need very strong ICT infrastructure that is reliable, reachable to everybody, and also affordable. But with e-commerce, you also need infrastructure, transport, and logistics to work in a way that enables for fulfillment to be done. So at the end of the day, if you're selling goods particularly, e-commerce will enable you to meet your buyer, get into a contract, and sell something, but we also need the transport and logistical infrastructure to enable that to happen. And this is something that we continue to put a lot of emphasis on. Another key thing that is always on our minds as government is that we need to ensure that trade facilitation works, because e-commerce is not going to work unless trade can happen across borders, and it can happen in a way that is not onerous, subject to too many documentary compliance procedures, subject to all manner of taxation requirements that may be burdensome, and so on and so forth. So we are keen to continuously talk to private sector to ensure that trade facilitation also works in the e-commerce. Payment services is extremely important for us, so that we also then ensure that we are able to have payment done at purchase rather than our own delivery, such that then we are able to have a more fluid arrangement happening here. But two extremely important things that we keep our focus on is to ensure that access is available to all. And if you have seen, the government of Kenya is now, for example, putting up as many as, I think our target is to do about 20 or 30,000 hotspots, mostly around markets and schools, and particularly in rural areas, so that we do not leave anybody behind. I think e-commerce will only be successful to the extent that everybody can get on. I will like to say that in addition to all of this, I was pleased to have accompanied His Excellency the President and a number of my other colleagues to a number of meetings that we had facilitated by Meg Whitman, the ambassador. And we have had very interesting conversations, not just with the large players, some of whom are in this room, but also with our own entrepreneurs that are looking for capital for their ventures, that are looking for markets for their ventures, and are looking for the kind of environment to ensure that their businesses can thrive. Kenya is well positioned, I believe, to be a hub within the continent for e-commerce and digital trade to thrive. And also, we are keen not just to be a hub, but we are keen to be a hub that also responds to a more greener trade. And what do I mean by this? When you look at the manufacturing side, for example, of digital trade, energy is consumed in making things like semiconductors. Perhaps I'm told that maybe 30 or 40% of all the costs of making a semiconductor goes into energy costs. And we are having a grade that's about 93% green and renewable. And we are now telling the world that Kenya is probably your next destination for you to be able to do manufacturing of things like semiconductors and so on and so forth, that basically also have a green imprint, because we have geothermal facilities in places like Olkaria. So Kenya is keen not just to be a center of innovation, but a center for manufacturing that also supplies more greener and climate smart innovations within the sector of digital trade and e-commerce. I think I will leave it there. I think in a room with so many entrepreneurs and people like you, there's probably more exciting things coming up more than the keynote address. So we really look And to all our brothers and sisters in the rest of the African continent, we'd like to encourage you to walk this step with us. And to Marcos, whose Kiswahili is better than mine, I'd also like to assure you that my Spanish is better than yours. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate PS one more time. PS, your presence here does signify how important our Kenyan government takes the innovation space and, of course, the e-commerce space, and we do appreciate your presence here this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at one of the most anticipated moments of the e-commerce day. We're now going to announce the finalists who are running for the e-commerce award Africa 2023. These awards distinguish the best of online businesses at a regional level within people, companies, and ventures for their work in the e-commerce sector, and of course, and improve the development of the digital economy in each African country today. Today, at the end of the event, we will announce the final winners. Now, here's the video presenting the finalists for the e-commerce award Africa 2023. Finalists, congratulations to all the finalists. Now, we would like to remind you that you can vote for your favorite companies until noon on the event platform. And I'll just remind you that the event platform is www.ecommerceday.africa. It's very nice to see some familiar brands there, and I'm really looking forward to the award ceremony later this evening. All right, so we're now going to start with the panel discussions. And for our very first topic, we will be looking at an overview plus the local situation as well as the regional and global outlook. And for that, I would like to invite Michael Poor, who's a senior manager at NextTrade, to take us through our first as well as our second panel discussion. Let's give Michael a warm round of applause as he makes it on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the event today. I personally am very excited to be back in Kenya and see some familiar faces and really see this event come to fruition almost a year ago when it was just an idea in another hotel down the way. So quite a group we've collected and gathered here today. So many great Kenyan and African companies, industry thought leaders, and small businesses all in the room here today. It's truly, really, honestly, a remarkable accomplishment and a testament to the e-commerce ecosystem here in Kenya and in Greater Africa. So just as a brief introduction, so I work at Next Trade Group. We are a trade research, consulting, and advisory company. We focus on digital trade, so digital trade policies, technologies that facilitate digital trade, and digital trade forums. So we are notably also an implementing partner on the E-Trade Alliance, which is what has brought this event here to you today, as you can see here, along with our partners, AmCham, our development partner, USAID, and then our key core E-Trade Alliance partner, the eCommerce Institute, who really is what made this event happen today. So just some context a little bit more on the E-Trade Alliance. As the host of today's event, E-Trade Alliance is a global development alliance. So public-private partnership between USAID and 13 private sector entities, as Dave mentioned earlier, many again who are represented in this room today. The main goal of the E-Trade Alliance is to facilitate, e-commerce and cross-border trade for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, or MSMEs, with a particular focus on women-led and rural businesses, as well as those led by people living with disabilities, PWD. Our development programs are typically informed by our research at Next Trade. And so in light of the theme of the first session today, which is the current local regional e-commerce environment, I thought I'd provide a brief review, high-level overview, so not too in-depth, of the e-commerce ecosystem in Kenya and in Africa. So to start, so it's no secret that e-commerce is booming around the world and has provided a new means of economic growth and business opportunities for MSMEs. Has truly made the world a global marketplace. And certainly we all know that COVID helps accelerate this digital transformation in online selling. As you can see here, here's a slide with some basic statistics that demonstrate the trajectory of e-commerce globally. So as you can see, very much on an upward path, increasing growth rate. So if we move on specifically though to Kenya, I sort of broke it out into or the advantages or the developments that are currently happening in the current setting, and also some of the challenges that are faced. So as you see here, this is I wanted to highlight or showcase some of the developments in Kenya, or the local ecosystem in Kenya. So as you see, the first bullet is the top 5. Kenya is in the top 5 fastest growing e-commerce economies in sub-Saharan Africa. As you see here in the room, is full of a young, digitally savvy workforce. There is significant adoption of digital technologies and platforms. Again, many of those platforms and technologies are represented here today. Dedicated government policy favorable to e-commerce growth, as the Secretary just appropriately announced. And an amazing enterprising e-commerce ecosystem, again, reiterating everybody in this room here today. Despite the progress, there are certainly challenges that still remain. And so I've just highlighted a few here. So e-commerce is still limited primarily to urban areas. Shipment and logistics and last mile delivery are costly, which is a key element of the e-commerce ecosystem. Limited access to finance. So we as Next Trade, we do a lot of surveys to inform our research. And this is one of the most common answers that's given back in terms of challenges to growing their businesses. Of course, with anything online, there are cybersecurity challenges. And then and businesses call for better access to talent for e-commerce. So while there are substantive skilling and capacity building programs, certainly more is needed to upskill the local Kenyan population. So in terms of overall Africa, so you'll see obviously some of the same, similar trends. So again, young, digitally savvy population, ready users and developers of digital technologies, significant supply of labor for tech jobs. So Africa is increasingly supplying a global labor force. As over the past year, there's been record tech investment in the continent. And then the AFCFTA has been building regional policy favorable to e-commerce. And AFCFTA is currently working on their digital protocol, which will be instrumental to facilitating e-commerce across the African continent. So again, also some significant challenges still remain. And number one, again, as mentioned, is challenges in ICT infrastructure and access. So there's still a significant deficiency in ICT needed to facilitate e-commerce, digital trade. Still fragmented digital policies across countries in Africa. This is critical. Create policy uniformity, regulatory uniformity, such that products and goods can move across borders with ease. Limited digital literacy amongst consumers and MSMEs, and then high shipping costs. And this kind of relates back to the bullet, and then due to arcane customs procedures, limited competition, logistics, and services. So, so with that, I wanted to just highlight the E-Trade Alliance and circle back here. And so what as I mentioned, as Next Trade, we do research on these challenges or pain points to digital commerce, and really across the globe. We certainly have a focus in Africa and Kenya, but what that does is it informs our development initiatives. As you can see here, and this is for just an overview of our strategy. So main objective of the E-Trade Alliance is to increase the number of MSMEs selling online, including on online marketplaces, and then increasing MSME sales volume, and more importantly, driving sales across borders. And so we do that by implementing projects that fall within one of these 5 core work streams. And so you'll see here just outlined, policy enabling environment. We're very active engaging local and regional governments in promoting policies that are conducive to e-commerce and digital trade. Skills training and capacity building is a really core element of our programming. We have some partners here today, Brighter Monday Kenya and Google with their Hustle Academy, both who have skills and training programs currently in operation with us. Logistics and last mile delivery. So we're working on digital addressing solutions, improving procedures at borders and customs through the use of technology. And then again, this critical access to finance and use of digital payment. And the last one is just want to highlight is the focus on what we would say typically underserved segments of the community, which is women-led businesses, rural entrepreneurs, and people with disabilities, all who are critical to the growth and prosperity of the ecosystem. So I think what I'll do is I'll in Kenya from the very businesses operating in the e-commerce ecosystem. And so now what I'd like to do is introduce you to Alexander Osinga, who is the CEO of Greenspoon. Got to get your.
Does this one also work or not? No? No? Ah, it does. Ah, great. Sorry. I'm going to give the cameraman some work today. Or not? Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So before we start, I only have 6 minutes. Okay, that's great. Before I start, would love to know who's in the audience. So who's from Kenya? Like 60, 70%? Who's from South Africa? Nobody? Tanzania? Any other countries? Ah, where are you from? Argentina. Very welcome. Okay. My name is Alex. I'm the CEO of Greenspoon. Who of you knows about Greenspoon? 25%. Who's a customer? Good. So we have some work to do here. So my name is Alexander Osinga, which cannot be confused with the Luo name. I saw you wondering. It's also a Dutch name. So I'm from Greenspoon. Greenspoon was founded 7 years ago. We celebrate our birthday this month. Yay. What does Greenspoon? We are the only 100% online grocery store in Kenya. And what we do is we consolidate the best groceries that you can find and we bring it directly to the customer. Sounds simple, right? So we work together with the best butchers, the best organic farmers, the best bakeries, the best wine and spirits importers, everything, and we bring it to directly to the customer. So 7 years old. I got involved 2 years ago. I'm working with a group of Dutch investors that is also investing in biofoods. Who of you knows biofoods? Oh, that's not going well. And they're also involved in Highlands mineral drinks. Who knows Highlands? Bit more, okay, good. So what do we do? So we have the widest range of quality products at a great price, right? I wouldn't say we're the best price, but we have a great price, right? So it's delicious. So we have delicious baguettes, croissants, pastries, meat, everything, wines for who enjoy. Delicious products, healthy, right? Organic products, products that are safe. And I think you more and more in the media you hear nowadays that the products that we are typically consuming in Kenya are not safe, right? Yesterday was a new article in the newspaper. 90% of meat being sold in supermarkets is contaminated. 90%, that's not 9%, it's 90%. Last week there was a report about pesticide use in Kenya, and that said that 44% of the pesticides being used, of the volume of pesticides being used in Kenya, have been banned already in the European Union, right? So that we can go on. We can go on heavy metal poisoning, aflatoxin, which we're doing a big project with USAID. And I think in the end we need to bring the bar up in terms of quality. And we, with Greenspoon, we are definitely bringing up the bar in quality, having deliberate discussions with our suppliers to talk about where do you source this from, which tests do you run, and how do you really know that this is a safe product? It's very important. And fresh products, because we are online, we can order a lot of products that we sell after a customer has bought. So how does it work? Marcus is placing an order tonight for bread. We send the order to the bakery. In the morning, we pick it up, and Marcus gets really fresh bread, right? We deliver for free, and I will talk about that for a little bit more. With a smile. So we don't employ gig workers. All the people that we work with in Greenspoon on our payroll. We pay PAYE for all of them, so that's good for the government. They have access to the health insurance, right, and they have a fixed contract, right? So we really invest in the people that work with us. We have an easy app and website. We are 98% on time. 92% of all orders are delivered without one item missing, and in total, 99.6% of the items that we sell, we also deliver. And if there's something wrong, we respond almost immediately. So what makes us unique? So Greenspoon is 7 years old, and Greenspoon is not going to disappear. So what makes us unique? But let's start a bit about the vibe around e-commerce in Kenya. So who thinks the vibe around e-commerce in Kenya is at this moment is very good? Hands up. Who thinks it's not so good? I think it's not so good. Right? This is all from the last year. So we see all these companies have been struggling a lot. And I can understand why. It is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. And we can talk about support and financing for companies. Truth is, we went on the market to raise capital for a company that's very sustainable, that's growing very fast, that is doing the right thing. we were not able to raise capital in the market. So that's interesting, right? And I know there are many e-commerce companies here in the room, but also that are not here in the room, that have faced similar issues, right? So at this moment, there's no funding available for e-commerce. So we say e-commerce is very important for the backbone of the economy. It's a growth sector. We can employ a lot of people, but there's no money available. Yeah? So it's not going very well in that sense. So why is Greenspoon working? So we have focused really big on one concept that I want to tell you about today. And it's called the value equation. It's a book from Alex Ramosi. He's a YouTuber, business guru. You may like him or you may not like him, but at least he gives some. Who has known about Alex Ramosi? 5 hands. It's really good. The book from Alex Ramosi is 3 hours to read. I'm sure you will get back inspired. So he talks about the value equation. So for you, those of you who have done math, what is above increases your value. What is down decreases your value, right? So it's your dream outcome. So with Greenspoon, it's having fresh, delicious products in your home every day, right? Dream outcome. If I would start a gym, it would be having a six-pack, right? That's the dream outcome. If a holiday, if I'm a travel provider, the dream outcome is me lying on the beach with a cocktail. Yeah? Perceived likelihood of achievement. Yeah? How certain are you that you're going to make it? If I start a business today and I say, everybody who joins me, I guarantee you get a six-pack in 6 weeks, it's high value, right? Right? So then you have the denominator, the time delay. How long does it take for you to get it, right? So if I tell you I can guarantee you a six-pack in 6 weeks, or I can guarantee you a six-pack in 2 years, which one would you choose? You would choose the 6 weeks, right? And the effort and sacrifice. Yeah? So that's why weight loss pills, even though they don't work, are very popular, right? Because the effort and sacrifice, just taking a pill, sells a bit better than I tell you, you have to go six times per week to the gym at 6 a.m. Those pizzas you're eating, not gonna work. Chicken in, right? Ugali. You get the point, right? So that's the value equation. And I think for every e-commerce business, you need to look about what is the pain point that your customer has. What's the dream outcome? What's the dream outcome that you can deliver? How many customers have this pain point? Right? So with Greenspoon, we know we are a pretty niche product, right? We will never sell to 2 million Kenyans. But what is the profit per customer? So you can have many customers, but if you have no profit per customer, you're not alive in business, right? So what is my offering that can profitably serve a customer? So most of these companies, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, most of these companies, they have been targeting a mass market. And a mass market is great because there are many in the mass market. The mass market is growing very big and et cetera, right? But it's very difficult. It's very difficult to serve the mass market profitably. And as Greenspoon, a company with limited funding, we have decided to go the other way around. We decided to go with the top market, right? We set the top market, we set the quality there. And once we are able to profitably serve the top market, we can go down. That's the idea. So you can go bottom up, you can go top down. And I'm sure when I come here in 2 years and I ask the question, who of you is a customer? There will be many more hands. Yeah. Very many people to build a big market is to compete on price. And to compete on price is an extremely dangerous game. It's an extremely dangerous game. Why is it an extremely dangerous game? Who has an idea? Watch out, otherwise I'm going to give the microphone to someone. Anyone has an idea? What's your name? Is it dangerous to compete on price?
as you're computing a price rates, most of the products.
Recording in progress.
May go out of the quality value to contain to get the profit at a low price, which may be dangerous.
So if you compete the price, you might compromise the quality. One thing.
Undercutting.
Undercutting, exactly, right? If price is the only value that you offer, then there's always going to be someone who is cheaper than you, right? And this is not a famous book that I would recommend everyone to read. Has anyone read this book?
Recording in
read
progress.
This book, 0 to 1? Hands? Also 5 hands, guys. In a market with perfect competition, there are no profits. And I had one other slide. This one. Then some people will say, but Alex, IKEA is very cheap, right? Or Lidl, it's a discounting store in Europe. It's very cheap. But these people, they are doing different things. They have completely integrated their value chains. They completely understand what the customer is looking for. They have tightened their assortment, cut a lot of waste, and that's why they're cheaper. And I have 38 seconds left. Ooh, gosh. I saw this billboard the other day, the left one, Java House. And it was not the exact same billboard, but it was Java House, and it said, deliver via Uber Eats, Glovo, Jumia Food, Little, or Bolt. So how are you competing? You're having the same product with 5 different providers. So how are you going to give value to the customer? You've seen this? Last year, we could get Bolt for 60% off. 40% off. Quite nice, huh? But who is paying for that? Who is paying for it? Sorry? No. This time it was actually Bolt. And if it's Bolt paying for it, it's venture capitalists are paying for it. And how much venture capital is there in the market at this moment? Yeah, so guys, the times that you had been able to order a Glovo 400 shillings of juice, which I sometimes do, I have to confess, 400 shillings of juice with no delivery fee, 15 minutes to your home, it's going to end very soon, right? Because of this 400 shillings, the producer needs to make some money, right? The supermarket needs to make some money. Glovo needs to make some money. The rider needs to make some money, right? So how is that sustainable? Focus on this. Focus on the value that you can deliver profitably. And you will build a better business. So with Greenspoon, we have been focusing tremendously on value. And I'm not going to give a commercial about Greenspoon. But we have been focusing on value for the customer, value for our suppliers, yeah? Treating our suppliers fairly and well, actually picking the phone when they call you if your payment is late. You'll be surprised how many companies don't do that here in Kenya. Employees, minimum livable wage, bonuses for every staff every month, staff parties, trainings. You get the point. And in the environment. So Greenspoon is the only retailer in Kenya, in Africa, that's B Corp certified, which is the highest American standard for sustainability. And how is it going? It's going very well. Our customers rated with 8.9 out of 10. We have grown 6 times in 24 months. We're the preferred partner for most suppliers. We're actually profitable. And not normalized, adjusted, profitable, but we're actually profitable. We have extremely high staff retention, and we're B Corp certified. And you can see, we are now with a team of 85 people. Extremely smart people. You will not find many people older than 30 in our company, because we invest in young people, and grow them, and to bring them somewhere. So, thanks so much. I hope this gave you a bit of an idea about Greenspoon and what I think of the e-commerce landscape in Africa. And I think I will give the floor to the next speaker, or to Terian.
Let's appreciate him one more time. I must say, when I saw your name earlier, I was absolutely sure you would be from a different part of this country. But as a Greenspoon customer, I must say you're doing an amazing job, and we celebrate what you're doing in the e-commerce space. You are selling our products. Thank you so much. All right, so I'd like to now welcome Joel Rao, and I must apologize to our technical team. I know we did mix up the speakers a little bit. My sincere apologies for that. I would like to welcome Joel Rao. Joel is the CEO, Digital and Customer Experience Kenya for Dentsu Sub-Saharan Africa. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Terry. I'm excited to be here. Are you guys excited to be here? My name is Joel Rao. I head up the digital divisions for Dentsu, and I'll just give a brief introduction of what Dentsu is. Dentsu is actually the world's largest communications company. So we have communications and advertising, but from a communication standpoint, we're actually the world's largest. In Kenya, our digital journey really began in 2017 with a staff of 5, and now we're about 200 people strong, spanning experiences from digital advertising to creating content to specializing in e-commerce, and now venturing into artificial intelligence and most importantly, customer experiences. Which brings me to the reason why I'm on stage here today. One of the things that I was asked to speak about is the evolving landscape from what we have seen over the last couple of years. And I think I'll go back probably to 2019, from when we started doing a lot of e-commerce research, not just in Kenya, but across the continent. If we can actually pull the preso up, please. Thank you. Thank you. We looked at research around this, and we dubbed it e-commerce like never before. And yes, in Kenya, the last 1 year has proven to be quite challenging. But we've seen a silver lining in the challenges that we face, and I'll just paint a picture for you right now. Clicker. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So before, brands used to actually look for growth in the stores, and there's the whole aspect that the personal touch is not yet lost. For the Kenyans, how many were there? What was the percentage of Kenyans in the room? 70%? 70%. For the 70% of Kenyans in the room, you have a guy? You have a guy who does something? I have a guy for my insurance. I have a guy for my car. Most of you have a guy, right? The physical aspect hasn't gone, right? And this is where we really looked for value, physically, because the storefront is still a very important part. There's a reason why Quickmart is growing the way it's growing. They're opening branches. Initially, we were told that banks were shutting down branches, and then suddenly we are seeing NCBA opening around the country, right? And it got me thinking, and it made me realize that we are living in an age where the storefront is a very important front. And one of the things we can't deny is the role that brick and mortar will actually play continually in this aspect. And this is what I refer to as not just e-commerce, but total commerce that's powered by technology, right? And so we look at aspects of social shopping, augmented reality, content commerce. I mean, the TikTok CEO recently announced that Kenya's usage rate was the highest in the world as far as TikTok is concerned. And the numbers are growing. We're ahead of countries like Thailand and Brazil. And we're seeing fulfillment services coming in, through some of our modern commerce players like Carrefour, where you have your self-checkout tills now appearing in some supermarkets, and it's only gonna grow from them. One of the things that we've realized is that there's a lot of innovation that's coming into this space. And so we began to look at things slightly differently. We began to see that for us to be able to actually drive this behavior, convenience is a very big key. Relevance is a big key. And I know Alexander has talked about value. And let's be clear, we're a value-driven economy. And yes, if we build our business models based on price, it's a race to the bottom. But to the consumer, value is still going to be a very big part. And so I believe value still has a very strong place to play. But the most important thing is trust. If the consumer doesn't trust you, then this is something that we've seen. So one of the things that we began paying very close attention to from a total commerce perspective is having an understanding of multi-marketplace expertise. Obviously, with the global presence, we're working very closely with Amazon. We're actually Amazon's biggest advertising partner globally at the moment. And we do have cross-channel capabilities that allow us to be able to do that. And we've been able to see results for some of the brands that we've been working with. We've worked very closely with brands like Diageo, where we saw a 41% increase in uplift through social commerce aspects that were driven. When we launched Glovo in the market, we saw a huge uptake in this because we realized quite quickly that the need is there. And so we worked with some of our clients across sub-Saharan Africa to allow us to be able to do what we've been able to do. And we created this study that you can all go and download and you can go and check out. It's actually called eCommerce Like Never Before. It's really a compass to really navigate the storm that we're seeing. So what I wanted to do really quickly over the next 5 minutes is just set the stage for this $180 billion internet economy that we're seeing. Obviously, population is set to grow in Africa by 87%, by 2050. I just turned 35 2 weeks ago. I just realized I'm no longer a youth. And it sucks. And 87% of the population in Africa is actually going to be powered by the youth. But what's really interesting for me as Africa is scrambling to own the third shelf, and the third shelf being the digital shelf itself. One thing was clear for me when I looked at the COVID-19 behavioral change that happened there. Look at what's highlighted in maroon. South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, as far as usage is concerned, huge spikes. And it got us thinking what actually really shaped this landscape. So we realized that, number one, obviously there's that growing labor force that's there. And I'm happy that, companies like Greenspoon, you're actually working with people under 30, which is dope. Rising internet connectivity, we're seeing this playing a very big role. Increase access to digital payments, as well as the growth of powerful super platforms. I mean, today on your phone, your M-Pesa app is a super app that is a gateway to everything else that you need to do. And then there's obviously continued urbanization. And so I sat down and I was speaking to the Kenshu. Kenshu is one of the big e-commerce advertising partners that we work with very closely globally. And I was now looking at it from a brand standpoint. Those of you with businesses that are probably powered by brick and mortar, or you have some form of technological aspects behind it, and got to understand, if I'm going to actually promote this into the market, what is it that's stopping brands from working towards that goal? And the thing that really struck me was that we're still working in silos. Sales is sales and marketing is marketing, but we are all aiming to drive the same profitability margin that we have a target for. And that's the same thing that Kenshu CEO mentioned. And so I looked at South Africa. One thing that was quite interesting about South Africa in this study was 73% of shoppers are now shopping close to home. And so your on-demand apps, become very interesting. Takealot is doing that. In Kenya, we're already seeing Carrefour doing that. As I was driving in, I saw a big billboard for Carrefour, shopping Nikwa stage. You can shop while you're waiting for your matatu. And it was quite interesting for me to see that, brands are taking, in fact, in Nigeria, it's the same thing. One thing about Nigeria is that when you look at the money transfer, about 15 trillion naira in instant money transfers in 2021, and this is actually going to probably double by the end of this year, from what we are seeing. And so what we decided to do, and I'm happy that AMCAM, USAID, as well as the E-Trade Alliance, you're focusing on the SMEs. And what we decided to do is, based off of the study that we've had, we decided to create what we call a jumpstart for small and medium enterprises to see how they can actually get into the commerce environment in whatever form possible this is. And so this is a very simple tool that we created, and over the next 1.5 minutes, I'll walk you through what this does. It's a very simple workshop flow that you can actually do it by yourself. It's an online self-assessment tool. If you have a business here, if you're running a business, you can actually go on this online self-assessment and to audit your capabilities and the flow of how you could actually be able to get your business e-commerce ready. And then from there, you get a tailored playbook that you can actually be able to use, that is obviously derived from a tailored workshop that you'd attend online. And what actually comes from it is a very simplified framework that allows you to be able to do this. Now, on this grid, from all the work that you've been doing with the brands that I mentioned earlier on, we realized that there are these 4 key things that are really important. Number 1 is the aspect of findability. Is your product going to be relevant and visible to the target consumer once they come in? The second aspect that we realized was buyability. How differentiated is your product or service online from the category that you're operating in? And then the third aspect of this grid is availability, where we look at meeting your consumers where they are, really at the point of their needs. So when it comes to aspects of quick commerce, quick delivery, this is something that you can actually be able to look at and measure yourself against. And then finally, repeatability. What's the ability of the consumer to actually come back and continually purchase from your store, continually purchase from your online business? What was really interesting for us is that we've done this study across different categories, done it across finance, we've done it across consumer electronics, energy, CPG brands. We've also done it across retail, travel and tourism, pharma. Pharma is becoming big. Actually, the #1 category in Kenya right now in e-commerce is skincare. A lot of women are going online to actually buy their skincare, their lip gloss, and everything else. And so what I would encourage you guys is to go and check out this online workshopping tool that will allow you to see how you can get directly to your customers through your DTC capability assessment. You can easily get your strategic roadmap there done. And if you want a professional to actually assist you on this, you can actually get that consultative service for you. Your people and processes on how you can actually be able to get your staffing models right, the talent development and the job descriptors there, as well as the technology considerations that you may need to be able to get your business online and facilitate your enterprise to thrive there. And so with that, I want to thank you so much for your time. Hand over to Terianne.
Thank you, Joe. I can assure you, until the moment you're just about to turn 36, you can still qualify for the youth fund. So you can still call yourself youth for another 11 months and maybe 30 days, depending on the month your birthday is in. All right, just a very quick announcement. For those of you who were not able to register before coming in, during the tea break, we'd like you to do your registration at the registration booth outside. And once you do that, please also make sure that you pick your lunch voucher. You're going to need it to have lunch. Okay. So we're going into our next session now, which will be a panel discussion on cross-border commerce. And For this session, we will be looking at keys to boost intra-Africa trade for marketplaces and SMEs online stores. We'll also learn about how African companies can take advantage of these advances to access new markets as well as new customers. To share the vision, allow me to invite on stage a representative from the Kenya Trade Network Agency. I also would like to invite Wycliffe Rono, Managing Resource Center at Keproba, and Daniel Muchika, Regional Manager Remittances, Product Operations at MasterCard. And once again, let's welcome Michael Poor, Senior Manager for Next Trade Group, who will serve as a moderator on this panel. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they make their way up on stage. And I'd like to request our team to take the podium down so we're able to see all our panelists in good time.
Check, check. You hear me? Awesome. All right, well, let's get started. So welcome back. I swear this is the last panel or presentation I'll be doing for the day. So hopefully you don't get too tired of me. And just wanted to acknowledge the two previous presentations. That was really fantastic. We're already after a great start here and well represented by our Kenyan e-commerce companies. So today's this panel topic is keys to boosting intra-Africa trade for marketplaces and SMEs and online stores. As I noted in my prior session, one of the core objectives of the E-Trade Alliance is to facilitate cross-border trade through e-commerce. This is a focus of us because cross-border selling can help MSMEs access a bigger customer market, creating greater sales, facilitating revenue growth. It can also enable them to tap into global supply chains, source various product inputs with greater variety and lower costs. So e-commerce being a key enabler of cross-border selling, and again, today's panel discussion centering on enablers, and impediments to growing intra-Africa trade and cross-border digital commerce for MSMEs. We have a great group of panelists with us today, representing both the private and the public sector. So just for a quick round of introductions, we have first here to my left is Daniel Muchika, who's the Regional Manager of Remittances and Product Operations at MasterCard, followed by Wycliffe Rono, who's the Manager of Resource Center for Keproba. And then we have Billy, who's Billy Ngumi, who is a late addition as a manager in trade facilitation and value add services at KenTrade. So, kicking us off here, why don't we start with the public sector and the public sector's role in facilitating cross-border trade. So, I know, Wycliffe, why don't we start with you? What is Keproba's mandate, and what is Keproba currently doing to promote digital cross-border trade?
Thank you, Michael. My name is Wycliffe Rono. I'm from the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. So I think you mentioned the abbreviation. It would be good to mention the full name. And it's a government agency whose mandate is to implement export promotion and nation branding initiatives. Specifically, we do sensitization of SMEs on various opportunities in various countries, regions, the likes of VAC, COMESA, AFCFTA, AGOA, and the likes. We work with our sister institution, Keynote, to provide export procedures. You want to export a particular product, what are those steps that you take to until your product leaves the country to the destination. We also develop products or work with SMEs to develop products that fit the various market requirements and various markets. We undertake market linkages. We avail market intelligence, that is statistics, work with the National Bureau of Statistics to avail the various statistics, export and import statistics for the various products. And we also undertake nation branding and positioning so that Kenya's products are visible in the international market and that can be attributed to Kenya. So all that tied together supports commerce and e-commerce as well.
Great, thank you, Wycliffe. So I think sticking with the public sector, Billy, if we go to you, logistics and transport are obviously critical to cross-border trade. So I'd like for you to tell us more about the National Electronic Single Window System and how that's facilitating cross-border e-commerce in Kenya.
Thank you, Mike. Before I do that, I'd like to introduce my agency to the audience. Keynote is a state agency at the National Treasury with a mandate to implement and facilitate international trade. And how we achieve that is through the implementation of what we call the Kenya National Electronic Single Window. There is an ICT platform which brings on board all players when it comes to import and export. They're able to access services that are offered by the various regulated agencies, services to do with permits, cargo clearance, risk management, all that aspect at the comfort of the office. So essentially, what we do is that with that platform, as a trader, as an SME, you don't have to leave the comfort of your office. You can actually access those services once you get access to the system, even make online payments through that portal. And essentially, you can proceed and go ahead and import your consignment or even export using the system. Apart from that, our mandate is also to do with trade facilitation. As the PS mentioned, the government is playing a key role when it comes to simplification of procedures. So in that, we have played a key role as an agency working together with our partner agencies, Keproba being one of them. And what you're trying to do is to try to simplify and harmonize procedures, just to make it easier for SMEs to do or conduct business, both local and international. You find most of the procedures that are currently there are quite cumbersome, and the key mandate of Keynote is to harmonize, simplify those procedures. And at the end of the day, as we heard from one of the presenters, the value is time and cost. So essentially, that's what you're trying to achieve as an agency and as a government as a whole. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Billy. I mean, I think that's key to have institutional support for supporting cross-border trade, and particularly a resource and access for MSMEs, for Kenyan MSMEs. If we switch over to the private sector now, Daniel, digital payments are obviously critical to conducting cross-border e-commerce transactions. What does the cross-border payments e-commerce ecosystem in Africa look like currently? I don't know if this microphone is on.
Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it. So I'm from MasterCard. In MasterCard, we enable fast, secure payments globally, whether it be domestically or even cross-border wise. Now, talking about Africa specifically on matters cross-border payments, what we are seeing in Africa over the last maybe 6 to 7 years, we're seeing an interest in, enhancing instant payments. We've seen maybe about 60 or 70% of those markets that have instant payments in Africa, getting to about 5 or 7, happening in the last just about 5 or 6 years ago. You know, the payments for MSME, when you talk about cross-border payments, it's about an SME, say, for the in Turkana. In Kenya, we have 7.5 million MSMEs, right? And just about 1.5 million of them are properly registered. If you're talking about cross-border payments, it's about someone in Turkana being able to sell their kikoi in another country. That's not happening as much, but then that person will need to be sure that they are paid in good time, that the transaction is traceable. And in MasterCard, what we do is we are enabling that platform to happen with the banks. We've also seen in this region growth in knowledge, you know, technically, right? We see professionals coming up over the last about 5, 6, 7 years. We have seen capability among fintechs, you know, the MSMEs that are in this room, tech people who are able to develop proper APIs to facilitate payments. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I think just from my personal experience, I have a background in finance and fintech. The regulatory environment is particularly critical to payments. And so having regulatory fragmentation across countries, and this is really anywhere globally, can be a significant impediment to payments. But digital payments really are a key to facilitating cross-border trade, and acceptance of payments is really key and critical to that. So,
yeah, thank you, Michael. Maybe just as a quick rejoinder on that, we've also seen central banks getting interested in cross-border payments. You know, like in Kenya, not so long ago, we were launching the national payment strategy, right, by the Central Bank of Kenya. And we see that happening across the region, which is also very, very encouraging as relates to matters e-commerce.
I might ask, Daniel, are you working with PAPS at all, the Pan-Africa Payments and Settlement System? You know, that's a key initiative to sort of drive payments integration across the continent.
Well, we have conversations and partnerships with quite a number of names, not just PAPS. We have guys like even African and others that we have conversations with regarding enhancement of payments across Africa.
Great, thank you. So turning back to Wycliffe and Billy, how important would you say are training programs, capacity building for MSMEs to become familiar with cross-border trade, become familiar with custom processes, managing logistics? And is that something that you offer at Caproba, at ChemTrade?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. You find the single window system essentially is an ecosystem which brings on board all the players, both in the private sector and the public sector, and essentially is integrated with other systems such as the custom systems. So we have a net flow of the transactions, which I mentioned, including the payments. So when it comes to trainings, when it comes to the aspects of SMEs, where build capacity, be aware of how they're able to interact with those systems. They're also aware of the various procedures that are involved when it comes to import and export, especially aspects of regulatory aspect and also taxation. So that is included in the training program. So it all encompasses all aspects of import and export. But I mentioned also the local trade, where our mandate also applies. So you find for example, we are partnering with Strathmore University when it comes to SMEs capacity building. And what we are trying to do is creating awareness that there is this market for their produce. For example, in the country, we have a boom in the produce of avocados. And what essentially is happening, you find, because of lack of information, The farmers, the only market they are aware is the nearest market near their farms. So what we are trying to do is that we create awareness in terms of they can be able to access the international market. They can also be able to access the market within the country, also the region. And this is how they can do it. We actually have a portal, InfoTrade portal, where we have documented procedures for both import, export, and transit, including all the requirements to do with those import and exports. So essentially with that information and the trainings that are going on, we're able to empower the SMEs, be able to have information on how they can be able to trade their commodities. And they have seen a great interest, especially with the pilot counties that we are working with, that is Machakos, Makueni and Nakuru County. We also had a session last week with was in Gishu County. And the sessions quite generated a lot of interest because you find there's a lot of production in those areas. But at the end of the day, their produce just end up in the local markets. They are not aware in terms of value addition, how they can do value addition. So us as an agency working together jointly with also Keproba, we're able to create that awareness through the trainings that we conduct, both internally and also some of them are virtual, and they're able to help these SMEs to improve their businesses.
Thank you, Michael. So, so on our end, I think largely the approach is similar. So we work together with the partner government agencies, but I think also we reach out to associations, cooperatives, and the likes. We do direct reach outs to our stakeholders in their areas of production, if it's farming, whatever it is. And we would have sessions on what opportunities are there, how they can tap into them. We get to learn their challenges. We get to link them up with the right government agencies that can handle various challenges they're having. So yeah, that's largely it.
Thank you both. Actually, sticking with you, can you tell us about the e-portal that Keproba has launched? And when I was here in November, you presented a bit on this to our audience. So I'd love to have you share more about that here. And how it's been utilized thus far, and ultimately what's the intended goal? What's success look like for the e-portal?
Thank you, Michael. So the e-portal is practically an exporter's portal, and how would you access it? You would go to www.makeItKenya.go.ke. I repeat, www.makeItKenya.go.ke. It's practically a one-stop shop for all our services. We would have a corporate website. You can learn more about what we do, where we are, how you can reach us, our programs, and the likes. We also profile the country and the county, the people, the culture, the heritage, the sports, the various counties we have in Kenya, what products they produce, and all that. We have export procedures. I had mentioned earlier that we work with Keynote on export procedures, so to guide our stakeholders on if you want to export a particular product, what is the A to Z. We avail market intelligence in the same platform. This is in collaboration with the National Bureau of Statistics. You would want to know, you have a product, you have avocados. You would want to know how Kenya and US, for example, how Kenya and the ESE is trading in a particular product, a particular timestamp, and you would get all that. And more specifically and directly relevant to the discussion we have here today, it has an e-commerce component. We get to onboard buyers. They go through a vetting process. We have an active integration with the business registration services. So we can only onboard you as a buyer if you are registered with the business registration services. Once you're on board, you get to upload your products. We get to give guidance on how to position your products, the qualities that are required, and the stories you should sell about your products. We also get to onboard sellers, and in between now we create an interaction between buyers and sellers so that we can have actual transactions taking place. And moving to the second part of the utilization, when we spoke in November, we were just getting started. So we made some good progress. We have around 120 sellers on board, quite a number still in the pipeline, but what I'm talking about are the ones who have been fully onboarded. We have more than 330 products listed. We have more than 30 buyers on board. And at the moment that we don't have a payment facility, we are not able to quantify the value of business. So practically transactions are done offline at the moment, but futuristically, we look at having a full-blown e-commerce solution where someone in whichever country gets to learn about Kenya, gets to identify products, gets to order, pay, have them delivered their destination. And I think also on the side of SMEs, futuristically, we would be interested in onboarding various service providers, insurance companies, packaging, branding, and the like, so that we give a full-blown solution so that also the SMEs who are working on their products can still get to interact with other service providers who will add value to their products. Yeah.
And the portal is accessible direct on the Caprova webpage, right?
Pardon?
Is the portal is, you can access the portal from the Caprova website?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a marketkenya.go.ke, so has everything there. The website, the buyer seller, an e-learning component, market intelligence, and the likes.
Yes, great. Okay, so turning back to payments, Daniel. What do you think? How can SMEs become more comfortable? What does it take to become more comfortable transacting across borders, or what is it going to take? I suppose what resources are available to them? What sort of comfort or confidence can you instill that, if so, that transacting across borders via digital payment is reliable, safe, effective way? Hey.
Thank you, Michael. Maybe while Atit while addressing that, you should also just pick it up from where Wycliffe left when we talked about trading offline. So what we see is MasterCard and across Africa and Kenya included is that there's need to integrate payments and e-commerce platforms so that the experience is seamless, right? And maybe this is a call for participants, whether it be regulators, payment service providers like ourselves, to come up with solutions that will make SMEs more comfortable to trade online. I think what Alex mentioned, the question about even trust, right, is important. There are not so many people transact online because they lack the trust, and then it behooves people in the payment space to try and improve on trust, and not just, and even the e-commerce platforms like yourselves to try and grow trust. Kenya is among the few countries around where we've seen about 30 instant payment solutions coming up over the last few years. For SMEs that want to transact online, and here, it's a whole range, right? There will be, even going back to Alex's presentation, quite a number of e-commerce is happening. A lot of e-commerce is happening in large cities, in Africa. Like in Kenya, e-commerce is mostly around Nairobi, a little bit Mombasa, etc. For SMEs, there's need to increase the number of participants in e-commerce. And for SMEs to be comfortable transacting online, they might want to use some of the solutions that we have already. It could be swiping a card. It could be, we as MasterCard, we work with guys like Plenary, to try and we have understanding with some of these people to try and make payments instant, to make them traceable. And I think maybe that's how for SMEs, maybe they'll be comfortable to talk to the banks to see whether they can come online and use some of the services that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, just highlighting the payments as a critical element to cross-border trade. We have a few projects under the E-Trade Alliance focused on facilitating digital payments, some with MasterCard in terms of implementing programs where you've got low-cost acceptance, use of POS machines, where you sort of, I think you were saying, Daniel, is entrenching, creating the ecosystem for digital payments being critical and really across the continent and facilitating greater adoption of use of digital payments. I think we have about 20 minutes left. I think what I'd like to do is pose a final question to you three, and then give an opportunity for the audience to ask a set of questions to close out. So I think what I'd like to ask each of you is, what would you say, holistically, is the most important next thing to tackle or address in facilitating cross-border trade in Africa? Is it logistics? And some, you may be biased here with payments. Is it logistics, payments, policy, training, capacity building, adoption of new technologies? What would you highlight as the most important factor? I guess, Daniel, we can start with you.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think it will be two things. Logistics, one. If we look at the case of Africa, we do not have very solid physical address systems, right? And that's a dicey thing. It's tricky, but maybe there's room for innovation around that, so that I mean, going back to what Alex was presenting not so long ago, we've seen companies come into the logistics space, but they seem to be struggling. And part of the reason for that is that the market is not that wide, right? You pick Kenya, probably active participants in e-commerce will be maybe 3 million out of potentially 50 million, right? So if we find a way of working out a solution that is customized to Africa, like who has a guy, right? So maybe that's how we look at it on logistics, that we probably want to come up with solutions in partnership even with government, like Postal Corporation of Kenya, that have large infrastructures that can support private sector. I think logistics to me would be important in expanding e-commerce, because what happens if logistics is fixed, then you reach a wider population of the 1.3 billion people that we talk about in Africa. The second thing would probably be around trade finance. In the MSME in e-commerce, there are two sides to it. There's a buy side and sell side. So there are SMEs that are importing from abroad, for instance, from other countries. That's a separate conversation from those SMEs that are trying to also sell, right? And there'll be need for financing, and we've seen a few players here coming in to facilitate even loans, for instance, for SMEs that want, perhaps before they export, they want to develop their product better. So maybe it will be those two areas. And the third area that is also very interesting is in the knowledge economy, talk about gig economy. We have quite a number of SMEs that are dependent on providing services to the Western world. And they're paid actually as MasterCard. We have a solution, MasterCard Cross-Border Services, where we partner with some of these gig economy companies to pay out SMEs in this market. Perhaps there's opportunity for SMEs, even here in Kenya now that 70% of the audience is Kenyan, to innovate solutions around agri-tech, edu-tech, etc., and sell across the region. That will expand cross-border payments. e-commerce. I mean, e-commerce at cross-border levels. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe to pick up from where he has left, yes, logistics is a big issue and addressing is a big issue. And I think Google has a very nice solution they presented in the last forum we had. They had a very nice addressing solution. So maybe what as a solution to that, Google should maybe step up and actively campaign for that so that we can address the issue of physical addressing. On my end, I'd pick one area as a challenge, and that would be the policy and the regulatory context. Probably more specifically, the issues of privacy, data privacy. And for example, in Kenya, the Data Protection Act was recently passed into law. You can basically say it's still at fancy stages. I wouldn't have a context of the other African countries, but that would be an area where we need to focus on so that as people transact online, then they are assured of the safety and the security of the information they share, their wallets and the likes. Thank you.
Yes, on my part, I think technology is key. And this goes to the Kenyan and also the African innovators, especially when it comes to e-commerce. And I think one of the key successes we have seen with these key big e-commerce platforms, the Amazons, the eBay, is the adoption of technology. For example, today, I just mentioned like buying something, just by the word of mentioning I'm buying a mobile phone. And immediately, once you log into your social media apps, you find those advertisements already in those platforms. So adoption of those technology like artificial intelligence when you're doing your platform is key. And what we have done as an agency, as Kentrade, is that apart from now having a platform that is giving us services to the local citizens, we have adopted a blockchain technology, especially for exports. So what it means that if you're exporting, for example, avocados to the US or to the European Union, through that blockchain, essentially those regulatory documents such as phytosanitary certificates that are required for your consignment to be cleared to the importing countries, they're able to find themselves. Immediately they are approved within seconds. Some of the aspects of those commodities are perishable. So if a plane lands in Amsterdam and the customs on their side don't have your documents, they're expecting hard copies of your documents, then it takes time for them to be cleared. So with that blockchain, what we have done is that we have nodes in Kenya. Kentrade is one of the nodes. We have a node with the Dutch customs, with the UK, His Majesty's Customs. We are actually partnering with other countries in Europe. And essentially what we are trying to do is to make it very fast for our exports to be cleared into those international markets. Other aspect of technology is when it comes to trade finance. That is another key area that SMEs need a lot of support when it comes to financing, access to trade finance from the various key institutions. So we have partnered with the local solution provider. We're able to integrate our system and they're able to validate key documents that are required by financial institutions, especially the banks. And this is just to deal with issues of fraud. So the banks are able to access key documents such as invoices, import declaration documents, and they're able to facilitate processing of your request for a letter of credit very fast. So my key area is to do with technology. We go and improve our platforms by adopting those key technologies such as AI and blockchain to enhance our capacities as business. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. I think technology is certainly very critical, and AI is something that we'll get into later today in another separate panel. We have just under 15 minutes left, so I want to take the time to offer the audience a chance to ask questions to our panelists. So if you have a question you'd like to ask, raise your hand. We can get you a microphone. I'll just bring you mine.
Thank you to all the stakeholders. My name is Edna Onyach. I am the CEO of Live Your Dream. It's a consultancy where we support MSMEs to achieve various goals like expand their markets. So through market expansion, for example, we have an intervention where we take them through a course on online presence, and is a foundational course. What we've realized is that not most of them can afford. Currently, we have a call, and the next cohort will be starting in October, and we are only charging $60. But we find that not majority of them can afford. Are there ways we can partner with, let's say, MasterCard or Keproba, Kentrade to be able to support those who are unable to do these courses? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Kolem Ruto. I come from an organization called TIAT Youth Development Association, which is helping out creating youth empowerment, operating in most of marginalized area, that is in TIAT, in Baringo. You mentioned something in regards to reaching out those who are in those parts, like that women-led groups that operate in that part. How can that information reach out that part? So we are trying to do this to eradicate matters in security, alternative livelihood for the community. My question was, how can you reach out the information to reach out the interior part in a physical way based on training? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any one of you want to address that?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that question. MasterCard generally has, we through MasterCard Foundation, which is not really, I mean, they are separate companies, but MasterCard Foundation is, I think, the largest shareholder of MasterCard. We have quite some programs with them that might be that could speak to that kind of need. Maybe what you can do is you can have a conversation after this to see whether I can introduce you to them and enhance matters of support. As a payments company, so there are two entities here. So there's MasterCard, the payments company. I'm from the payments company, and then there's a foundation on the other side. Company, we really focus on advancing technology that can enable, simple, fast, and secure payments globally, whether it be cross-border wise or domestically. Reaching out to the people in, across the country, that question, I think it requires concerted effort, like this platform is. It's a conversation, and I think this is just the beginning. It's a conversation that should continue until eventually word gets to everyone out there. Maybe you can come in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think for the aspect of Kentrade, which is related to your question, is that what you're trying to do is trade facilitation is simplification of procedures. And I'll give an example of a commodity, avocado. I'm very passionate about that commodity. When we did the first study on what is required to export a consignment of avocado, we found that for you to successfully export that consignment, you needed to have at least not less than 100,000 Kenya shillings, regulatory aspect. And for me, I was shocked because you imagine a farmer just realizes the market and he or she is being told for you to go step 1, 2, and 3, this is the cost, and the total cost is 100,000 Kenya shillings. So our business or our mandate as an agency is to try to reduce that cost. And what we have done, we have identified those what I would call colonial levies and fees that are actually imposed by the various agencies. One of them was to do with, for example, farm inspection. agencies had come to your farm to inspect, and you actually pay for them to come and inspect your farm. So we have done, we have picked up all those fees, and some of them have been eliminated. So far, I think for avocado, the engagements are still there. And what you're looking at is, at the end of the day, that exporter, that SME, is able to conduct or export with no cost at all. Because for us as government, why should we be charging to export? And that is a key revenue generation process. So essentially, that's how we are supporting when it comes to the cost aspect. To the other question on how we can reach the SMEs within the various areas. Our strategy, which we adopt, is that we go through the county government, through the county executives. An example, the one we did with was in Gishu. We're able to liaise with the county governor, the CECs, and they were able to mobilize all the aspects of trade within the county. And the audience cut across all aspects of the trade within Gishu County. And you find even the small scale farmers are able to attend those sessions. Small scale traders are able to attend those sessions. So that's the strategy that we are adopting, engaging the county government. We're also working with the State Department of Trade, in liaison with the trade development officers within the various counties, just to try and reach the common mwananchi within those counties, so that we're able to empower them with information about how they can be able to add value to their produce.
Thank you. On our end, regarding the financing, we might not per se put in money. However, we partner with various local and international bodies. For example, at the moment, we have, I think, a running partnership with ITC, and there are free e-commerce courses where we can have various stakeholders enroll, learn a few things, and get to enhance their skills. Regarding reaching out to far-flung areas, and specifically Tiati has been mentioned, I'd say similarly we work with our parent ministry and the county government. We participate in county events. We also empower county trade officers so that they can represent, they can reach out when there is anything that requires our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. There's one more. I can't see.
Okay, my name is Phyllis, and I'm from an organization called We Make Impact. If I'm allowed, I can ask 2 questions, and my first question is on risks, especially when it comes to finances, payments, and instability. So how can online marketplaces and SMEs effectively manage risks associated with the cross-border trade in Africa? This will include currency fluctuations and political instability. Then my second question is, there is so much happening in the digital online spaces. So how can businesses ensure cultural sensitivity and relevance in marketing and selling their products and services online across African countries?
Great questions.
I'll take the first one, clearly. Phyllis, thank you for that question. The African space is very interesting when it comes to payments, all right? First of all, if you want instant payment, it will mean today you're transacting with maybe a partner in Ethiopia, right? It will mean most likely the funds that you're getting already were availed in Kenya 2 days ago or 1 day ago. It's that difficult. So there's plenty of room for innovation, and we are busy doing that as a company. It's a journey. I think across Africa, there will probably be just about 14 countries where you can easily transact, right? And that's an interesting landscape, but it's a journey. I mean, quite a number of players are working to ensure that it's safe. There's an angle to online payment that is about trust, believe it or not. That you have to trust that your bank and payment services providers like ourselves are protecting you, right? There's a lot of technology behind payments that are happening online. So at some point, maybe it is easier if you use regulated financial institutions. Be sure you're working with a bank, for instance, and it will be okay. It's just the same way M-Pesa came to Kenya the first time. It was not easy to make the granny to understand that there's money in their phone, right? So there's a bit of that we are struggling with, the cultural maybe, and we just have got to accept in the mind that it is possible to transact online. Thank you. And even though there are risks, but it's also possible that we need to work on our trust. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll try to answer your second question in the context of what you're doing as an agency. We have identified that there is a gap when it comes to logistic aspects, services. We have done a system that is government facing, and we have just in the process of developing what I call a private sector facing logistic platform. What it entails that all the market players when it comes to import and export logistics can be able to advertise their services within that platform. Then those SMEs or anyone can be able to access and bid for those various services within that platform. So with that, we are looking at addressing that gap through also the info trade portal, gap on information, so they're able to complement each other. So that aspect in itself, it's geared towards promoting e-commerce, including the payments that we are onboarding. We have various service providers that we have onboarded when it comes to e-payments, apart from the government provider that is eCitizen. So essentially what you're looking at is that we have an end-to-end process where we have a government-facing a platform and also a private sector-facing platform. So it creates a marketplace for all the players to be able to access services within those two portals. Thank you.
So maybe just to add on the second question on cultural sensitivity and relevance, on our end, we practically have information about what the various markets require, what the various markets expect, the standards, and the like. So if we work together, Phyllis, we should be able to look at what products you have and how we can customize them for various markets. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So that puts us right at time, I think exactly. So thank you to our panelists for a very enthralling discussion and your insights and the great resources we have to offer with Roba and Trade and the insights on payments, obviously. So that concludes. Daniel, thank you. Wycliffe and Billy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate Michael for excellently moderating discussion, and to our panelists as well as Santeni Sana. All right, we're just about to break for tea now, but before we do that, a quick reminder: if you haven't registered already, if you were not able to register before coming in this morning, please do so at the booth, at the registration booth at the back. Remember, you will need to do that so you can access your meal voucher for lunch. And before we break for tea, we've got a very important and special announcement. I'd like to ask you, do you sell online to other countries? If you are selling online to other countries, we want to invite you to be part of the acceleration of cross-border digital businesses. We have a global selling competition. This is a global initiative by the Commerce Institute. These selected projects will present their pitch in November during the eCommerce Day Global 2023. You will be able to scan the QR code right up front, where you will be able to put in your application. This is a global selling competition. Remember, if you apply, you'll be able to pitch in November during the eCommerce Day Global 2023. You can also find more details on ecommerceday.africa. That's www.ecommerceday4africa. Well, on that note, we conclude the first part of our morning sessions. We'd like to invite you now to enjoy your tea break, some networking. I'd like to politely request that we come back in about 15 minutes so we can have our next sessions, which are equally engaging, and then we'll break thereafter for lunch. And then I'll tell you what to expect for the rest of the day. So for now, do enjoy your tea and see you back in about 15 minutes.
Recording in progress.
To move forward so we can have a bit of audience at the front as well. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will quickly get into the next session this morning. We have two panel discussions. The first one will be looking at collaborative commerce panel. And the next session thereafter will be on big data and AI. So in this first session, which is on collaborative commerce panel, we will discuss the new role of the physical store and the importance of the last mile capillarity in the value chain to the online and the offline final consumer. This session will be moderated by Sami Thwita, Express Commerce Regional Customer Manager, Sub-Saharan Africa at DHL, and he will be joined by Tim Steele, the CEO of Copia Global, Priscilla Mohio, Country Director of Maidawa, Charles Ballard, CEO Jumia. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they come towards the stage.
Hey, good morning. Is it already? Yeah, it's still morning. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow panelists, welcome to this very pivotal conversation in discussing the role of physical stores in that ever-changing e-commerce landscape. So today we gather here to explore the ever-evolving landscape, like I mentioned, and we'll look at this from an African perspective and from a global perspective. So it's a huge pleasure to actually have this particular discussion with yourselves. And I think we're going to look at shedding a bit of light in terms of what is happening today, both locally and also globally. And then later on, we'll open it up for some questions as well from the audience. So I just want to begin in terms of the first bit. So we'll divide it into like 5 sections. First section, we'll just basically discuss the role of physical stores. So when I saw this particular topic, I was quite interested, seeing that there's a lot that is changing as far as the world of commerce. So there's a lot of digital that is happening. So definitely it's a conversation that is good to have. So in terms of the first question I'd like to ask, and I basically want to maybe pose this first to ladies first. So we're going to start with Priscilla from Maidawa. And the first question is basically, I would want to ask, how do you see the role of physical stores evolving in the context of e-commerce in Africa and globally, especially in terms of customer engagement and sales? And then the second question would be, can you share sort of like examples in terms of what you've seen work as a strategy?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Priscilla Mohio. I'm currently director of Maidawa. And prior to working at Maidawa, I also worked at Global for 4 years, where I was a general manager. And before that, also I was also head of marketing. I joined Global as head of marketing, then moved to general management. And then before that, I was at Sandy for 10 months, and I also worked for OLX for about 7 years. So my experience is mainly around tech. I'm passionate about tech and tech businesses and figuring out how to grow them. So with reference to your question, I have 2 examples I would like to give. One is what we are currently doing at Maidawa. I would like to share an experiment, or not experiment, but a project we worked on where Maidawa is an e-pharmacy where you can go to the platform, place an order, get it delivered to you. So you can get medication delivered at the comfort of your home. However, in Mombasa, we decided to open up what we call a hybrid store. So it's basically a store where customers can walk in and still buy their drugs at the same store to deliver drugs orders that are coming from Mombasa. And what we've seen, which is very interesting, is we've seen the revenue coming from online and also walk-in being at the same level. When we started off the store, we had a very high percentage of walk-in revenue coming in. However, when we started doing online marketing, we saw online revenue now growing. So what we've realized is that when you overlay an online platform on top of an existing physical facility, instead of serving 5-kilometer radius in terms of customers, you're able to expand that to almost 20 kilometers. So recently, Maidawa bought a pharmacy in Uganda, a retail pharmacy. It's a chain. They have about 19 stores, and that's the same strategy we want to employ, where they are currently only physical stores, but we're going to overlay the online platform of Maidawa so that people can be able to also order from the comfort of their homes. So the role of physical stores is, one, when you have a physical store, we've seen that brand visibility it helps in terms of building the trust with the consumer. And then if you have multiple pickup points, it's easy for you to lower the delivery times, because in Nairobi right now, Maidawa has only one pickup location in Westlands. So it becomes very hard to lower delivery times of someone who's living in Langata. So someone who's living in Langata will probably get the order in 3 hours. So with this strategy, we are, with this Mombasa example, we want to create multiple pickup points in Nairobi so that we can lower the delivery times for the user, and that obviously improves the customer experience. Another example is when I was at Glovo. At Glovo, how it works is it's a marketplace where you have a restaurant or a store, you come in, we onboard you. And what we saw is that the brands that had multiple pickup points, for example, KFC, they had like 20 stores on the platform. They had better delivery times compared to someone who had 3 or 4 stores. Yeah. So obviously, the more the pickup points or the higher the capillarity, the better the user experience. And that also enabled us to lower the delivery charges, because we were charging delivery fees based on how far the store is from the consumer. So that means if you have multiple pickup points for a particular store, the delivery charges for that store would be lower. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. And I think what I hear is there is definitely room for both worlds to coexist. And pretty much what I had is basically there's a lot of hybrid. And of course, what you mentioned is that there's a lot of brand trust that comes in, and of course also the overall experience. I think maybe the next question would be maybe to Tim. I know there's a lot of online sort of like involvement as far as copy is concerned. Would you want to chime in terms of the physical aspect of it, or basically just build into the online side?
Yeah. Maybe before I start, a bit of context. Can I just describe the typical copier customer? So it's not you and me. It's not somebody who sits behind a laptop in a swanky office or sits in front of Netflix at night with their smartphone. Our customer is a lady who spends her day in the fields picking tea. Our customer is a guy who mends bodabodas by the side of the road in rural areas. Our customer doesn't have a smartphone. If they do have a smartphone, they probably can't afford data. Our customer doesn't have a bank account. Our customer doesn't have a mapped physical address. So they're not the conventional e-commerce customer. So we have 2.5 million those customers now. We serve them through a network of 50,000
agents or collection centers around the country. So imagine any small village, any small town you go to, you will see 3 or 4 copier signs where there are businesses that are hairdressers, tailors, cafe owners, who on the side, their side hustle is being a copier agent. Those agents are mainly women, 75% women. In fact, 75% of our customers are women. They drive the informal and rural economy. So they've never heard of e-commerce before. They've never heard of Amazon. They've never heard of Jumia. They've never heard of Maidawa. Maybe increasingly they have, guys. But so the big thing for us about the store, so our agents that are store owners, is they bring trust. Copier has been the first experience for e-commerce for many of these consumers. They're not going to blindly browse a catalog, pay, and hope that the goods will be delivered in 2 days. They're going to want somebody who they trust to endorse that transaction. So that point of trust, I think, is almost the critical element in the physical store. For us, distribution is critical. For that customer with a small wallet, small ticket size of basket, you can't deliver to them individually. In fact, you don't even know where they live. You can't find the address. So we deliver multiple consumers' orders to one agent location. And that allows the unit economics to work. So I think that those are probably 2 slightly different use cases to maybe the answer that you might have been expecting from a more conventional e-commerce model. No, thank you very much, team. I think that really raises a really good point. I think what we can all agree is basically the physical stores basically are not being used the way they used to be used in the past. So it's very different today. I mean, it's basically complementing what is happening on the online arena as well. And pretty much I repeat again that the 2 worlds can coexist. It just depends on how you optimize it and what you do with it. So maybe to Charles, from a Jumia perspective, where do you see this in terms of a physical approach and an online approach as well?
Hi, everyone. So I'm Charles. I'm the CEO of Jumia Kenya. So for us, I mean, the first point I'd like to mention is mostly a message to the retailer, because we have been discussing how to best combine physical store and online. And basically today you have, I mean, several platforms, but at least one platform which allows you, if you are a retailer, especially if you're an independent retailer, if you have 1 or 2 stores in Nairobi, you're basically selling to customers that are living in your neighborhood. Today, I mean, with the platform through Jumia, I don't want to advertise for Jumia, but I just want to let everybody know that it's already feasible in a country. I mean, in Kenya, you can basically extend your reach significantly by listing your product on Jumia, and even by integrating your store on Jumia, and then we can deliver for you across all the main cities of Kenya and almost across the entire Kenya. I think today we cover 80–90% of the Kenyan population through our logistic infrastructure. So it's something that can be done in just a matter of days. The first, I mean, retailer can either list their product manually on the platform or even integrate their stock. So if you are a branded store or a multi-brand store in Nairobi, in just a matter of a few weeks, you can integrate with us through a basic API integration and make your product available to 80 or 90% of the Kenyan population. So this, I think, is something to keep in mind for retailers that are really looking to boost from a day to the other or from a month to the other their sales and, more importantly, their reach.
Perfect. So I think if I hear you in terms of like sort of like inclusivity, you're actually switching on business pretty much in the physical or traditional way, and you can actually be able to boost them into an online perspective as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think for the brick and mortar retailers, there are 2 options to go online: either to do it themselves, which obviously from a profitability, from an economics point of view, it's going to be better. The only challenge, the only problem is that generating traffic when you're a random store in Nairobi, especially a multi-brand store, is very difficult. Very difficult, if not impossible at scale, sorry. Or join a marketplace or multi-brand e-commerce platforms such as Jumia.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I really appreciate all the inputs. I think in just to summarize it, it's about brand trust. It's about having that hybrid model. It's about the sort of like flexibility in terms of how you can actually be able to do that business. So which brings us to the next bit of this particular topic, which has to do with the last mile capability. So last mile delivery is often considered the make or break point of any e-commerce. So it's about that. Everyone wants to sort of like have instant gratification immediately. They have their order, they want to get it the next time. And if you think about the region, it's quite diverse. So addressing any unique challenges in the last mile logistics is very crucial. So the questions that I have, and this is to all of you, is basically what strategies have you implemented to ensure that there is efficiency in terms of the last mile logistics within Africa and even from a local perspective, and what challenges have you encountered? So we can begin maybe from, and then come to the left side as well. Yeah.
Shall I tell you about the real last mile?
Yes, absolutely.
So this is not, so some people think the last mile is Buru Buru. It's not. The last mile is a rural village about 40 kilometers outside Kisii that has one road into it where the bridge washed away yesterday. And that's going to happen even more, right? Well, then El Nino coming on the 30th of September or whatever. That's the real last mile. The PS this morning spoke about inclusivity in e-commerce. That's the challenge that everyone's going to have to solve if we want to address a market that is, in aggregated terms, the biggest piece of the market. And if we want to be really inclusive. So the only way you can do that is a combination of a willingness to do it in the first place, which I think is really important. You just have to work out how you solve that problem. It's finding partners to do it with. Would DHL want to go to that village with the bridge washed out?
We would definitely love to. Couldn't they know?
So it's finding willing partners. It's having the technology to be able to do it at scale in a way that, from a unit economics perspective, makes sense. You've got to be super efficient if you're going to address that consumer. Unit cost is got to be absolutely everything. You've got to use all the technology that's available from a route optimization perspective, from a tracking perspective, and you've got to optimize capacity in every single resource that you're using. So the challenges are huge. The benefits of doing it are that you then have access to a consumer base that everybody else thus far, although increasingly I think people start to see the value of that consumer, but everybody else thus far is neglected. So
yeah, no, Tim, thank you very much. I think one thing that stuck with me was where you began by saying inclusivity is actually a very big thing. And I think if you start with that as the big why, then comes in the willingness and also just identifying that it's not going to be really a walk in the park, but also just being able to put in the work and have the right strategic sort of like partners and the right innovations to run with it. And that's a really, really good take.
But it can be done, right? 75% of the millions of kilometers we drive every week are on dirt roads, 96% on time and in full within 1 or 2 days. You know, it's doable if you have the will to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So over to you, Priscilla, from a MyDAO perspective, what would be your take in terms of how you've actually ensured that there's efficiency and what kind of challenges have you encountered?
If you allow me, I would like to focus on Glovo because I think the strategies for Glovo will really help because we really focused on it a lot and the technology there was good. So when it comes to last mile or the delivery, we were focused on two main things. One was efficiency, and efficiency was making sure that we get the riders to do as many orders as possible per hour. So how we try and do that is one by planning. By planning, I mean we try and match the demand and supply. So making sure that you don't have excessive riders. So what we would do, we would do weekly forecasting based on either marketing activities that we are planning or historical orders. And then now we know this week we will need 600 couriers, just to give you an example.
Yeah.
And by increasing efficiency or by making sure that they're doing as many orders as possible per hour, two things will happen. One, you'll be able to reduce costs. So for example, if your rider earns per order, because that's how they were earning a cost per order. If you're able to get them to do 2 orders in 1 hour, and they were earning 50 shillings, then they're going to earn 100 shillings. And also, it also gives room for Glovo now to be able to reduce the cost. How do we do that? Is by, instead of charging the 100, we can now charge 40 shillings per order, which is still more than the 50 shillings they were earning before per hour.
Got you.
Yeah, so by doing that, you will be able to increase the earnings for the rider as well as lower cost for the business.
Absolutely.
So we really, really focus on efficiency. In fact, it was a key metric for the operations manager. And tech really helps because with tech, you're able to do predictions, you're able to forecast better.
Correct.
And the second thing we focused on was optimizing the delivery time. So for delivery time, there were two main things. One was preparation time at the store. So we would find some stores would take so long to prepare. So we worked closely with the stores to make sure they are improving their preparation time. And then also we optimize the way we send orders to the couriers. So when a customer places an order, 2 things happen. One order goes to the courier and the other one goes to the store.
Yes.
So what we would do, the order does not go to the courier. If, for example, if the store has a high prep time of 20 minutes, the order does not go to the courier until it's 5 minutes to the time the prep time is up, like 5 minutes before the order is ready. And the reason for doing this is that you do not have a lot of idle riders waiting for the order to be prepared. So we really used tech to try and stack orders, try and make sure that we are maximizing the capacity we had. And the other way we were also trying to lower delivery times was making sure we are aggressively pricing low distance orders. So if you're if you go to the app, you will see, first of all, you see the orders that are the stores that are close to you, and then the pricing is super aggressive compared to a store that is further from you. So as a customer, you're incentivized to order from low distance stores, and that helps us also to improve our delivery times.
Yeah, thank you, Priscilla. So I think what I heard is basically leaning on the analytics in terms of what you can see historically and also what you can actually be able to anticipate for the future and optimizing, and of course using a lot of sort of like both offline and online kind of approaches to make sure that it works out. And that basically goes back to the topic in terms of how we sort of like mesh the 2 worlds. I don't know, Charles, what is your take? I know Jumia pretty much does quite a lot of last mile as well. So yeah, do you want to chime in?
Yes. So my answer is going to be much closer from Tim's answer than Priscilla's one. And just for the context, I think Jumia can be seen from Nairobi as an app, as a platform mostly for urban customers, but it's not entirely true because we have a network of something like 15,000 independent agents that are placing order on Jumia, and these agents are mostly located in rural settings, generally generally up country. So we are also facing the same time of changes as Copia, and I fully agree with what Tim mentioned on the use of tech, on the importance of local partners, because they know the field better than us sitting in Nairobi, and they know the specifics of the region. And also on the role of I think at Copia there are agencies, at Jumia there are pickup station, but it's also really important to have a point of contact with the local customers to try to, build real trust with the customers. One point I'd like to add, because I think Copia's DNA is really to go everywhere in Kenya, and for a long time that was also the strategy at Jumia. For the last 12 to 18 months at Jumia, we are now trying to reduce our reach, which might sound surprising, but the thing is that it costs so much to reach some of the rural areas in Kenya. If you go to Turkana, if you go to all the places that are really off-grid and that are really far from Nairobi, for us, the logistic changes were not worth the battle. And now we are reducing our reach. We are actually closing down some pickup station to try to bring our delivery costs down. Because if you have to deliver, just a few products every week in a small town in Turkana, it's basically impacting, not one pickup station, but if you have this type of pickup station across the entire country, it's impacting all your average delivery cost. So now, because we want to be as cost efficient as possible and as price competitive as possible, we are actually excluding from our reach all the small towns and villages from where we were not getting enough orders. So I think it's important to also, keep that point in mind when you grow an e-commerce platform, that you need to find the right balance between the geographical reach and the cost.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Charles. I think you actually make a very fair point in terms of being able to actually monitor the last mile and actually be able to make the necessary tweaks to actually make sure that you have that client balance. I just want to move to the next section, which is just looking at the value chain. So the e-commerce value chain actually encompasses quite a wide range in terms of stakeholders, from suppliers to logistics, physical stores, last mile. And what I wanted to find out at this point is in terms of, and maybe this question could be back with you, Charles, at this point, could you elaborate on your roles within the e-commerce value chain and how physical stores and last mile capability fit into this broader framework?
Yes, sure. At Jumia in Kenya, we see ourselves as enablers for plenty of partners. First, so we are a marketplace and we are a generalist e-commerce platform. So basically, whether you're selling fashion items, solar equipment, phones, TVs, fridge, etc., I could go on forever. You're welcome on Jumia and you can operate on Jumia. So basically, what we want on one side is really to aggregate as many brands, as many vendors as possible, whether they are local or international, because we also work with international from a few selected geography, China to make it clearer, and also a lot of Kenyan brands and vendors. So that's one. And on the other side, as I mentioned, we work with a lot of 3PL partners, third-party logistic partner, to be able to deliver almost everywhere in Kenya. With some caveat, as I mentioned, but almost everywhere. So for us, we would like to be, the central platform on which everybody basically jumps to be part of the e-commerce ecosystem in Kenya. So that's our ambition.
Thank you very much, Charles. And what you're saying is basically it's paramount for you to actually have this kind of strategic sort of suppliers and partners that are actually going to help you to respond to the needs of your consumers, correct?
Yeah, 200% correct. If we don't have the right brands, if we don't have the right suppliers, we are just going nowhere. We can push on marketing, we can push on logistics, but if we don't have the right assortment at the right price point, there's no way we can make it work. So we are completely dependent on local suppliers, local brands, local vendors. That's for sure.
Fantastic. So I want to open it up to you, team, and Priscilla. Is there anything that you want to add in terms of the value chain? Please go ahead. So, team, go ahead. So you're ready.
Maybe let me start. So the value chain, I guess, is, if you whittle it down to its simplest form, is people want to sell stuff and people want to buy stuff. And you've got to find out at both ends of that chain what the problems are that they're trying to solve. So our rural consumers in Mashinani can't get access to well-priced, choice, reliably available product. Ergo, solve that. Our manufacturers, through the current or previous network of distributors and wholesalers, once it leaves the factory door, don't know what happens to that product next. We can help solve that problem in a way that it hasn't been solved before. So you whittle it down to the simplest things and work out where you can position yourselves to profitably solve one of those problems. Sometimes we overcomplicate these things, I think, and it's better maybe just to keep it really simple like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do you have anything to add, Priscilla, from a MyDAO perspective in terms of the value chain and how you sort of like infuse the physical and online aspect of it, just make sure that it works out very well?
So I'll go back to what I was talking about earlier, where we are now adopting a bricks and clicks model as opposed to being a purely online platform, where now we're going to have physical stores where consumers can walk in and buy at the same time. We use those as a drop-off points, rather a location where we can deliver from. And also, just to also give you another insight, is that we found that 20% of the orders that we currently are are doing are being picked up from the office. So when you go to the platform, we have an option of either we deliver it to your home or you choose a pickup location, which is our office. And the traffic is really increasing. And that's the reason why we are thinking maybe it's time to adopt the we call it brick and clicks, hybrid stores that can do both online and deliveries. Yeah.
No, I really love that in terms of the bricks and clicks, in terms of a trend, because I mean, it's becoming very apparent that we have to make sure that sort of like this consistency in terms of the entire experience, which brings us pretty smoothly in terms of a conversation of meeting the customer expectations. And ideally, I just want to start with you, Priscilla, in terms of consumer expectations. You'll agree with me that the e-commerce sector is definitely evolving very rapidly. And this is, of course, driven by technology and a lot of globalization. And you'll agree with me that meeting the expectations of the customers is not always a simple sort of fix. So I just want to ask, how have you observed the changing expectations, both online and offline, within your business, and what strategies have you actually employed to meet this evolving needs? Well, it was Priscilla, but please go ahead.
Yeah. So our customer expectations, I think, have changed over the last couple of years, in the sense that what I heard initially when we first started this business was consumers have incredibly strong, unchangeable brand preference. You can't sell this brand of flour in this region or that brand of chair in another.
Yeah.
And the problem they faced was that was all they had access to. Now, with the last couple of years since COVID, consumer wallets being really stressed, and we've seen our consumer wallet decline by 40% and hardly start to recover yet since the start of COVID. Consumers now need to find alternative product so that they can balance their tight wallets. And we've found that being through our catalog, through our agents having access to the catalog on their smartphones, now the consumer can see that there is choice. And they start to move away from what traditionally they always bought because their grandmother bought it, now to what's the best value. And I think that's something that I've really noticed has been a big change and that we have been able to help with.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, team. And maybe just a follow-up question in terms of just going back to the role of the physical stores. Would you see this playing a major part in terms of just optimizing that consumer expectation, in terms of just infusing both physical approach and online? Would that be something that you're seeing from a copier perspective?
Well, from a service perspective, definitely, because the advantage of having physical stores from a logistics or delivery perspective is that the agent is always there. They're always behind the counter of their business.
Correct.
Therefore, you get very reliable deliveries, which for a consumer who has ordered something a day or 2 days ago, put their cash out of their wallet to do that, they now want their goods. They don't want to be told, oh, sorry, I bought a ride, I couldn't find you, which often happens. So from our perspective, physical store is really important to meet that expectation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, team. Priscilla, over to you. The same question in terms of how you're actually optimizing your offline, online kind of approach in terms of just making sure that you meet the consumer's expectation. Maybe you can give us a bit of commentary from your end.
Okay. I think it's also important to understand the customer expectation from a category level. I'll give 2 examples, one Maidawa and another one. So for Glovo, we understood that if it's food, a customer will not be able to wait for 45 minutes. If it's groceries, 1 hour also works.
Yeah.
So with that, what it enabled us to have some room to optimize better. So we really prioritized food orders. You'll find that a food delivery can take up to less than 20, 30 minutes, but groceries, people were more willing to wait. So it's important to understand the expectation at a category level. Back to Maidawa, we realized that our insurance orders were really stagnating, and we had a conversation with the different partners that we work with. And the one thing that was very clear is that they're not okay with our current delivery times of 2 hours. So what we've been forced to do to meet the customer expectation is to make sure we have multiple pickup points so that we can reduce the delivery times. So that's something we're working on right now. So to meet that expectation and to grow our business, we have to make sure we are meeting the delivery times that they want.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. What about from a Jumia perspective, Charles? What is it that you're doing to make sure that you sort of like meet those expectations?
So, I mean, for us, obviously, I mean, we value the physical touch point, and it's something that we would like to leverage more. I like the point in one of the previous sessions that Kenyan like to have a guide. So basically, if you need a guy, I mean, if you need a guy for Jumia, you can get one, but obviously it comes at a cost. So for us, I mean, it brings value to the experience, but it comes at a cost. So it's something that we would like to do more. We have already 15,000 independent agents. We have more than 300 pickup stations that in the country. It's something that we would like to do more, but at the same time, a bit similar to what I mentioned regarding the reach, we need to find the right balance, because e-commerce is also about price, including delivery. I mean, it's not only about the price tag that is on the platform. It's also about the full price, including the delivery. So for us, it's trying to find the right balance between providing the best customer experience and at the same time keeping our prices as competitive as possible. Because I mean, if we don't have the right product, it's not going to work. If we don't have the right prices, it's not going to work neither. So we need to find the right balance between customer experience and competitive prices.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you, a big thank you to my fellow panelists in terms of the conversation that we just had. I think to the audience, one of the things that we can definitely say is there's no sort of splitting the two. And I just want to open up the floor right now in case there are any questions from the audience. Please go ahead and ask. I think I can see a couple of hands, so please, if there are any support, please share the microphone with them. You can see 3 hands at the moment.
Hi. My question is to my DAWA specifically. You're an amazing, I buy a lot of products from you. But over the years or over time, I've seen there's been an increase in your pricing. I've seen there's been an increase in your pricing. So I'm just curious, with the new model you're adapting of having physical stores, how will that have an impact? Because one of the things that really drew me to you was a low price. So if I compare, especially for my supplements, if I compare the price that I'm getting the local pharmacy plus delivery, there's always like a 200 shillings difference, which I was happy to really pay for delivery and save that to, for example, an average. So I'm just curious how that will affect your price points, especially for supplements. And then the second question is, of course, still sticking to that. How will that affect your variety of product offering?
Okay, thank you for that question. So over to you, Priscilla. Or maybe do we take a couple? I think just go in fast and then we'll take a couple and then just respond. Yeah.
Okay. So for pricing, just to be clear, it's the pricing of the product or the delivery fee, right? The pricing of the product. So it's now higher than before. To be honest, it's also because of inflation. We've seen suppliers also increasing prices on their end. But I think what you're saying is that we are much higher compared to the physical stores, just to be clear. We are higher? Yes. So, for example, I would buy a box of supplements for example, 1,700. Then if I do my cost of delivery, because I live on the other side, it's maybe 1,950. Okay. So that price plus delivery traditionally was more affordable than me walking to my normal pharmacy to get the supplement. Maybe those are 400 price or 300 price difference. But over time, the price of delivery has remained constant, but the price of product is now coming very closely to compete with my next door
so I'm saving like 50 shillings, which I'm like, if I'm saving 50 shillings, I can as well as ditch the delivery cost and walk into the pharmacy. So I'm just curious, with your new model, are you going to be competing at a price level for products, or are you going to still try and hook us up? Like why will we come to my Dawa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the multiple physical points, we'll be able to deliver from those stores. That means we'll be able to reduce the distances. And by reducing the distances, we reduce the cost of delivery. So what will happen is that you will see a delivery fee based on where the pickup point is. So if you're closer to the pickup point, you will see that your delivery fee will be much lower. So the idea here is to make sure we are covered. At least 5 kilometer radius, there has to be a pickup point next to you. But the delivery fee cost will be based on how close or how far you are from the nearest pickup point, if I'm making sense. In terms of the price of the product, yes, there has been inflation. To be honest, our margins have not changed. We are getting the inflation and we are passing it back to the customer in terms of the price increases, but our margin has not changed. However, we've started doing renegotiations with the suppliers, especially on volume. So we expect as we increase the volume, the prices will come down. And I'm sure once we improve the user experience, because currently our delivery times is between 2 to 3 hours, once we improve the user experience, would expect more people to come and order from MyDawa, and that will enable us to get the volumes we need to now better negotiate with the manufacturers.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just basically just wanna. I really love the engagement and the conversations that are happening. However, from a time perspective, we're not doing too great right now. So what I would suggest, I'm sure that the panelist is going to be around for a bit more of the day. So any other questions that you actually have, please feel free to actually push them to them. I just want to thank you so much to my panelists, to the audience for giving us the time, and thank you very much. Sharif.
All right, thank you so much, Sami, and your panelists for an excellent conversation. Our next conversation will be a fireside chat on big data and AI. I would like to welcome Priscilla, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google, who will be joined by Ludovino Lopez, Honorary President of the Brazilian Digital Commerce Chamber, CamaraE.net, to talk with us. All right, let's give them a warm round of applause.
So it's a pleasure to be here. Good morning for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a pleasure to be here also with Priscilla, talk us about so easy stuff, just like the artificial intelligence and big data. So it's an easy task, Priscilla. So we are in a world where it's becoming each time more important, not only define the data, who owns the data, who has the ability to collect that data, who has the ability to process that data, who has the ability to bring that data alive. But most important of all, data is becoming probably one of the most important assets of our new world, friend. So, I would like to explore during our 30 minutes how the conversions between data, big data, KPIs, and the importance of defining them in terms of the strategical approach to make good decisions in our business, and how artificial intelligence could booster that in terms of the new world. And of course, because Priscilla is coming from the regulatory and the government affairs space, I think it will be very interesting also to discuss the issue on the regulatory landscape, how the frameworks are going to be built around this space in the world, and especially in Africa and in Kenya. So taking that in consideration, in knowing that we are living in a moment of very disruptive innovations in that space, Priscilla, how are you seeing, where are we at this moment? What are the main trends, and how do you define that? How you define today, September of 2020?
Thank you. Questions. So my name is Priscilla. I'm so happy to be here. I'm on Google's Government Affairs and Public Policy team, and my role is to engage with Pan-African institutions like the African Union Commission, the UN agencies, and the development banks on the continent. And I interface with them to see how do we develop tech policies at scale. So a lot of what I'm doing is often translating to governments and policymakers from across the continent. What is Google doing? What is happening in the tech industry? And what best practices are we seeing in other regions? And then working to support, as a constructive partner, the development of policies through these institutions. So you asked a big question about artificial intelligence. My husband likes to say that I was his first AI. So if any of you have a spouse or a mom, you know that you can call them and just by the look on your face, they can tell if something's wrong, right? Or the sound in your voice, they can tell there's an issue. And what we are talking about with technology is we're looking at technology that can mimic this sort of behavior, that can mimic human brain behaviors. That is to recognize patterns and then make predictions and planning based off of the patterns that we have identified. I think many people already come into contact with artificial intelligence. If you have a cell phone and you like to take pictures, like I do, you can see already on your cell phone, there is a photo sorting capability. So the photo sorting app is a facial recognition AI application that recognizes facial features. And it is saying, okay, this pair of eyes, this nose, this mouth belongs to Princilia. This pair of eyes, this nose, this mouth belongs to Ludovina. And based off of that, it separates your pictures and identifies you, not by your name, but based off of your features. So it's recognizing the patterns of your physical characteristics. Now, what is phenomenal about this is that this same facial recognition technology is also what is used to identify and do things like retinal scans and to determine health, to determine cancer diagnoses. And it's all the same base, the same form of artificial intelligence. How it's being used now across the continent really varies. We have an AI research center that is based in Ghana, where we have scientists, PhD students, researchers that are looking at issues like locust detection, wildfire prevention, flood forecasting based on existing trends, and then making predictions about the risk that is to come, and making this information available now to aid organizations, UN institutions who want to think about planning for the deployment of humanitarian assistance, or to governments who are doing things like urban planning. They need to know where people are, where the danger is coming, or where it might be, so that they can plan ahead in advance. And this is the real value of artificial intelligence. It is looking at what is the pattern, what is the trend, and what do we foresee happening? And our greatest challenge is really trying to see how do we leverage that to address our problems in our societies here on the continent.
So, Princilla, you are saying to me that we can work around patterns, trends, and we can extract critical information about that. So we are talking about the ability to go further and beyond what we have today. How that converge with the new abilities of in processing data, where that could go, how far that could go. And today in the morning, I don't know if you were here, but Marcos surprised us by talking Swahili. And he brought us a fantastic example on how artificial intelligence could drive us and get us closer, our languages, our expressions, our communication. But at the same time, there is some risks over there. So how far can we go with that, and how can we to that journey into the future that probably is the future? And what do you recommend?
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, we released a white paper today that looks specifically at this question for the African context, looking at Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Ghana. What is the potential socioeconomic impact? Where are the sectors that will benefit the most? And what do we need to do to position ourselves to reap the most from artificial intelligence? I'll summarize some of the key points, but from an economic standpoint, we assess that there is a potential to gain 136 billion for the digital economy in these 4 countries. For Kenya specifically, it will be around $17 billion by 2030. And what does that mean exactly? And where exactly is that growth coming from? So a lot of that growth will be unleashed by small and medium enterprises, which, as you know, are the backbone of the African economies. Here, SMEs contribute somewhere around 40% to the GDP and employ about 90% of the population. So a lot of this growth comes from how are we making tools more accessible to SMEs so that they can sell their products online, so that they can reach bigger markets? How can we support things like distribution and stock management, financial support? A lot of the issues that we have with SMEs often is the lack of access to capital and financing. And often artificial intelligence applications can serve in different ways, such as financial advisory. They can provide different things like credit worthiness and risk assessment. They can help support different financial services, such as insurance, which often a lot of SMEs don't have access to. So a lot of this growth, this economic potential, is going to come from helping SMEs along their digital transformation journey. Now, in different sectors like healthcare and agriculture, I think we will also see a lot of value there. It's already here, it's already kind of present, but we have to look at how do we encourage the adoption, how do we facilitate the talent and skills development that is necessary, and awareness, so that SMEs have access to these tools and to this data. And how do we bring them along in development? We like to say that AI is kind of like a wobbling baby right now. It's in the very early stages. And if you have kids or you've been around kids, you know that you have to accompany this child. Otherwise, it can put its hand into a socket and get electrocuted, or it can create danger and chaos. So there are certainly a lot of different risks that are foreseeable. And this is why we really want to encourage close collaboration between the private sector, between those developing the technologies and those regulating the technologies. You'd be surprised, but Google's position is that we must regulate AI. It is too important not to regulate it.
Let me drive on that. So you are saying that we need a close collaboration between the private sector and the regulators. And so what are the most important issues on that space that you will identify and will recommend that we take care?
So in the regulatory space, what we are trying to develop are policy frameworks that encourage the innovation, the development of the technology, but mitigate that risk that I mentioned. And so how do we do that? Well, what we're seeing on the continent specifically where we have positive examples are in countries like Rwanda, where they have regulatory sandboxes. So it's a regulation, essentially that is a trial period for a company to develop the technology in close cooperation with the government. The government agency is then assigned to check in with that private sector company, check in on the development of the technology, and regulate the license that has been administered to the company. They can see if the risk level has changed, pose questions, enforce restrictions as necessary based on the results of the trials, and if possible, release the product out into the world. But that requires transparency, it requires collaboration, it requires accountability, and it requires proactive regulatory thinking around these issues. And sometimes what we're seeing here is that we have to encourage our political figures to really think about this proactively to start regulating.
Let me ask you something. So one of the discussions that probably will be critical in that space is, when we identify if we are talking with artificial intelligence or we are talking with a human behind the scenes. Okay, so today in the morning when Marcos came with us, he even told us that was an artificial intelligence. And probably the first impact was, wow, is Marcos or it's not Marcos? Okay, so one of the things that we are discussing a lot, even in Brazil, in Latin America, and in other countries all over the world, is should we have a rule that we create a digital identity that you need to identify that you are a human or you are artificial intelligence? Should that be important in the space or not? What do you think about that?
So that's part of the global discussion, and you're asking a great question. So we have a chat bot. A lot of people know about ChatGPT, which is from our competitors. So Google has one too. It's called Bard. Not the greatest name, but it's Bard. You can look it up on your phone, and it's also available in Swahili. And we're looking at different African languages that we can deploy it in. But you're right. You know, we have to really think critically about how do we deal with issues around attributing sources, proper citation, giving proper credit to where that information comes from. How do we authenticate information and make sure that it's coming from an accurate source? All of these are issues that we're grappling with in this nascent stage of the AI development. And the release of ChatGPT and Bard elicited a lot of these conversations. So these are ongoing conversations that we're having in the US and the EU, but also that we want to start here on the continent. So the only way to come up with those answers is to have African stakeholders in the conversation. So this was kind of the call to action and the plea that we're making, that I'm making, is to bring more policymakers to the table so that we can look at what are the issues and what do we want to do here? What is the proper way to regulate that here specifically? We don't have all the answers. I'm not the policymaker, right? But I can say that we know this is a risk. Here's what we can do to mitigate that risk. So what do you think would be a good way to regulate this particular technology?
Yeah, so what you are seeing to me is that you are seeing the opportunity not only from the side of the artificial intelligence, but almost as an augmented opportunity to increase the intelligence of human beings. Is that
right.
The way you are seeing that?
The goal is to increase productivity, right? And to increase access to information. Google's mission is to make access to information universally accessible and helpful. That's why we have things like search. It's about the democratizing of data and information so that everybody has sort of an equal playing field. Knowledge is power. So when you have access to this knowledge, you can start your business. You can write that book. You can learn how to do something that you've always wanted to do. This is the intended outcome of artificial intelligence, but it's going to require thoughtful development and responsible development of that technology so that it's used as intended for good things.
Let me bring that to the context of Kenya and to the digital e-commerce context. How do you see the applications, the concrete applications for SMEs and for the others? You have already commented that, but how do you see the trends? Where should we put our attention? Our new entrepreneurs that are in this room here, where should they put their attention?
It's a really important question. So there are a lot of different trends here on the continent, and Kenya is actually one of the all-stars leading in the digital economy. But we know that that growth is not necessarily equally distributed throughout all of Kenya. So we do see a lot of growth here and penetration, internet penetration, specifically in Nairobi. We have a lot of startup founders as well who are here in Kenya. Google has a startup accelerator program, so we do a lot to accompany startups in their development and provide mentorship and investment, and to talk as we provide expertise in the development of this technology. In terms of where the trends are and where startup founders and SMEs should be looking to direct their attention, it's really about solving the biggest problem, right? Solving the problem closest to you. Are you offering a solution that solves a problem close to you, to people that matter to you, an issue that matters to you? This is really what technology is supposed to be for. It's an enabler of things. So whether that's in healthcare, whether that's in agriculture, whether it's in financial services, it's really about honing in on that problem, defining it, and then trying to offer solutions that are valuable. And so what we do through our startup accelerators, we help to refine, how do you articulate that? How do you articulate the value of what it is that you're proposing? And how do you develop the proper technology around that particular product or service that you're delivering? We also have boot camps that we do for SMEs. Sometimes we have a lot of SMEs that are not online. We have something like 44 million SMEs on the continent. And less than 7% currently use the internet to sell their products online. And many people have said, if you don't have a presence online, you're not present, right? And it's true in some ways, it's not in others, right? We talked about the importance of physical stores in the previous panel and the importance of physical connections. But if you're trying to go beyond your physical market, right? This is what the internet is able to do. It's able to reach beyond what you can physically see. And so we have boot camps that help bring SMEs online. It's called the Hustle Academy for our African hustlers. And we really go through, how do you bring your business online? How do you target your markets? Who else might be interested in the product that you're selling? How do you develop a digital marketing strategy and really walk people through? And it's active here in Kenya. We also do this in partnership with organizations like the E-Trade Alliance, and we tailor it specifically to the needs of Kenyans and Kenyan SMEs in the local economy.
How do you see these kind of discussions in the ability to bring groups and people discussing that? Is that a critical element of the construction today? How do you see that? Yeah, in terms, where can you ask for information? When can you get that information? And how can you participate in those discussions?
Yes, so you can get information from me about those specific programs that I mentioned. Google has an office here. We have a Google Kenya office, and we are present. We are here to serve the Kenyan public, but it's also available online on the internet. So anyone can search the Google Hustle Academy or our Google for Startups Accelerator program. As far as the broader conversations around AI and artificial intelligence, so the Kenyan government started an AI task force in 2018. It hasn't been too active in the development of national policies. There's only about a handful of countries on the continent that have active AI policies. And so I think we have a lot to do to push our government to think actively about this, our governments across the continent to think actively about this. And as citizens and as SMEs, I think it's something that they're well positioned to do, given that there's such a large portion of the economy. There's power and convening power and a voice, right? And so we need to advocate for greater investment in the innovation, in the infrastructure that is necessary for SMEs, in the talent development and skills development necessary, but also in the education, because it starts with our young people. And we need our youth to be ready for the digital age that is coming. So here in Kenya, we are in conversations with the Ministry of Education about that, with TVETs, with trade and vocational schools, to look at how do we implement software developer training in trade schools. But across the continent more broadly, we need to be thinking about this. How do we prepare our young people for the age that they will be entering? Because it's going to be different from what I faced and what you faced, right? And so we need to get them ready for that.
So that new future, and I love a phrase that says, the future is not that you normally used to be today. So, so driving to that new future, what do you recommend? What do you see in that future that can prepare Kenya and Africa for that challenge? As a Kenyan, you are a Kenyan citizen.
I am not. I'm a Kenyan resident.
Okay, Kenyan resident. But as a Kenyan resident and knowing the country and the cultural and the challenges that you have here, what will be your vision about that future and how to prepare for that future?
Yes, so I'm a proud Kenyan resident. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, from the west coast of west part of the continent. My mother would kill me if I did not say that. But I think the future can be bright for all of us, for Kenya, but for the entire continent. We have the potential to have greater access to healthcare. We currently have shortage of healthcare professionals across the continent. And so having technology that can help in the diagnosis of diseases and relieve some of the burden for healthcare professionals, I think is going to be instrumental and perhaps life-saving in certain cases. In agriculture, it will help with our crops as well, help with making sure that we have better yields and treating of plants and diagnosing diseases again. For crops, which is extremely important. And then across in education, we have the opportunity to personalize education, but we have to deal with some of these underlying challenges that we still face across the continent and here in Kenya. So that physical infrastructure, trying to deal with the lack of access to devices, the high cost of connectivity when you do have a device. It's a really important challenge because if you don't have access to the internet, then we can't even really have the conversation, right? And I think the Kenyan government is doing a lot to look at this, making affordable devices and producing them locally, even here in Kenya, which is a phenomenal move. And we're trying to support this process as well. And then the talent development that I mentioned, we really have to focus on making sure African citizens are equipped with the school. The African workforce is the future workforce of the world. And we have to make sure we are prepared and ready. Our current SMEs are ready, and then our future generations are ready. So that's skills training for the current workforce, and then education for our young people. And then lastly, that regulatory piece that I was mentioning, we really have to work in partnership between private sector and public, but also bring in civil society and academia to say, here are the trends, here's what's important to us, here's where we need to direct our attention and our resources specific to our needs in this country or in other countries across the continent.
Priscilla, thank you very much. It was a fantastic journey during these last 30 minutes. So the verge of AI and artificial intelligence and big data is going to be very interesting to see in the near future. Let's see it together and discuss that in the near future. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our panelists one more time. I'd just like to let you know we have a slight change on the program. We were supposed to have a presentation on Retail Trends 2023. That will now move to, which will be our last item before we break for lunch. For now, we will bring up the Unified Commerce panel. And in this particular conversation, the topic will be around keys to achieve a positive shopping experience through different points of contact and different points of sale as well. How to unify the customer's journey. I'd like to welcome first our moderator, Sylvia Mbabu, Partnerships Lead, East Africa at Brighter Monday. She will be our moderator. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she makes her way up on stage. I would also want to welcome on stage Elizabeth Kostabir, CEO Byrent Kenya and Pigiami. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she comes. Deep Patel, Chief of Staff at Wasoko, and Koi Wangoi Mbogwa, General Manager at Uber Eats. Let's appreciate them as they kick off our next conversation.
Thank you very much, Terian, for that introduction. So I lost a few seconds there. I had planned to tell you about my mismatched shoe as the icebreaker, but now we've lost that time, so you'll have to look for me during lunch. Please welcome our very esteemed panelists this afternoon. It's already after. As Terian mentioned, our topic for this afternoon is on keys to achieve a positive shopping experience through different points of contact and sale, how to unify the customer's journey. We have key phrases here. We have the positive shopping experience, we have the points of contact and sale, and we have the unified customer's journey. So of course, we have the old saying, customer is key, which I think is the key reason all our businesses exist. However, before we dive into it, I'll give our panelists each at least 20 seconds. Let's take a minute to do this, to tell us what their companies do so that we have context. Who are these people who are talking to us about this topic? I can start right next to me.
You know, when you always sit next to the moderator, you just know what's coming your way. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for responding. I love the Kenyan school rhythm. My name is Koim Bogwa. I am the GM for Uber Eats Kenya. Uber Eats Kenya is a delivery aggregator. We are definitely a part of the one and only Uber. We are just an offshoot that came later on, so another business line. We bring together couriers or delivery people, consumers or customers, and our merchants. The reason we use merchants is we do both restaurants and what we term as new verticals. So that's non-food delivery players. So your supermarkets, your grocery players, your liquor stores, etc. So we are the aggregator in that entire ecosystem, and we ensure there's a seamless experience for each stakeholder.
Thank you, Koi. Lizzie, 20 seconds.
Sure.
She ate your 5.
I did.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me on this panel. As mentioned, I'm Lizzie Kostbeer, and I'm the CEO, luckily, for 2 companies. The first being Buy Rent Kenya, which is the leading property portal connecting real estate agents, developers, and private sellers that ultimately transact online. And then, of course, Piggy Army, which is classifieds, also marketplace, connecting B2B customers or business-to-business customers with our business-to-consumer customers, and they ultimately connect and transact on our platform.
Thank you, Lizzie. Yep.
How many seconds do I have?
She only ate 2.
All right, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deep, and I'm the Chief of Staff at Wasoko. Wasoko is a B2B e-commerce company. What we do is that we supply fast-moving consumer goods to small shops across East Africa through our app. So goods like sugar, flour, rice, etc., for free on the same day or the next day delivery. And we also provide financial services to our customers who are small shops.
Okay. Thank you, Deep. So, Lizzie, please start us off. I did mention the 3 key phrases, so we will be looking into that. And the first one is on the positive shopping experience. So if you could please help to briefly tell us what that is all about. What is a positive shopping experience for an online shopper look like? And with customer expectations changing in this dynamic space of e-commerce, how can businesses adapt their platforms to meet these changing demands for a better shopping experience?
Okay, so I'm going to wear my Piggy Army hat right now and just give you a little bit of context. And it's just context generally for most marketplaces. So number one, you've got to ensure that you've got a smooth and hassle-free user experience when you land on any website, right? It's got to be easy to navigate. You've got to have the right filters, the categories. Basically, what are your products that you're showcasing online? So in our case, we've got product listings. Are they well descriptive? Do they have nice, clear pictures? How exciting and appealing are those? And most importantly, can we trust and verify the sellers that are coming to sell product to those prospective buyers? And most importantly, ensuring that everything from start to end of the customer journey experience is hassle-free. Just to add on, you also have to be, and we are compliant with all government regulatories. We follow frameworks when it comes to protecting customer information, data, etc. So that context would be, what would my positive experience be? The second thing would be, what do I expect as a buyer? All right. So in our case, we've got two types of buyers. You've got somebody who is looking to buy, right? So they've got to look for the seller who's probably advertising that on our platform. And then you've got B2B kind of businesses. Maybe I've got products and services for a restaurant that's looking to buy wholesale food products. So those are the kinds of examples I would give you. Most important, I think I would boil it down to the crux of a customer journey, you know, starting off with the awareness of the product. How do we make people aware of our own marketplaces? And that's using online platforms. You know, you've got your social media platforms and channels. You've got your Google and various forms when you talk about YouTube, TikTok, and all these different apps as well, which you can find on Pigiomi as well. You've also got to create, when you create the awareness of your product, and your branding must be consistent, you want to have consideration and interest in that product. Once you've gained the interest and the consideration, then you want to go into purchase. And when you go into purchase of that product, you got to see that you've got, what do I have? Do I have my payment gateway system set up? Are they easy? Is it, you know, how is the flow even for third party partners that we use for this? And then after that, you got to look at after sales, right? So account management. Am I giving good service to my customer? Am I advising my customer? And then you want to make sure that your customer is so happy with you that they become promoters of your brand. So in both sections, whether you're buyer, whether you're seller, it's almost the same, because at the end of the day, you got to have customer centricity.
Thank you, Lizzie. And then over to you, Deep, looking at the customer centricity that Lizzie is referring to. Onto the second phrase on the different points of contact and sale, especially in online trading, and with customer support being a critical touch point, of course. How do you ensure consistent and positive support experience throughout the customer journey, even as you briefly define for us what these touch points are?
Sure, thanks. So at Wasoko, our main touch point with our customers is our app. So the e-commerce app, that's our primary touch point. Very much, I think, like Uber, the only or the best way to interact with the Uber app is to go onto the app. Similarly, all of our dukas or small shops across East Africa do have to download the Wasoko customer app, set up an account there, and place orders through there. That's our primary channel and point of contact. We do support for some customers after they have registered on the application. If they need phone support, if they need to speak to a human being, we have call center support where all of our customers can call us at any time to get support. And of course, we have to be in other places and spaces where customers are trying to interact with us. So this is WhatsApp is a very popular channel these days as well. And of course, social media, we have to be there and be prepared to support our customers. In the background, of course, we have to have the technology and the people that support this, so the CRM, to make sure that whenever the customer gets in touch with us, whoever is supporting the customer is able to see the history and the account information of the customer that's relevant to providing the highest quality support that the customer needs. And of course, we also have to track the data and analytics, provide the training to the representatives to make sure that no matter which channel the customers are using to reach out to us, we are able to see all of that information in one place and support them no matter how they've reached out to us.
Okay, thank you, Dip. So then I guess collating the touch points that we've just talked about and the positive customer experience. Now over to you, Koi, for the third key phrase, the unified customer journey. So please define for us in brief what that is, and in the context of e-commerce, how do you define it? Specifically in your context as Uber Eats, and what are these key elements that contribute to a seamless and unified customer journey?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think if we think about traditional commerce or brick and mortar retail commerce, and I'll keep it brief because I know I'm standing between people and lunch. Brick and mortar retail has evolved to meet customers at their needs. So you think about when you leave your house, you go and fuel with these fuel prices. There's a convenience store waiting for you to purchase. You get into the office, there's probably someone selling you food at some point. You get out of the office, you're heading home, there's a strip mall or a supermarket that you're going to pass through. So I think when we think about meeting the customer where they are, we want to evolve from meeting them not just at the physical places they go to, but the virtual spaces they occupy. And Uber Eats, being a three-sided marketplace, decidedly has a little bit more complexity with 3 sets of customers that we're trying to service. And we probably think about it as 4 pillars. So demand generation. So where are you finding your customers? And this is sort of earlier, like where do you meet your customers at their points of need? One thing we've explored is not just grocery, but online food delivery. And while you're buying your food delivery, what are some ancillary products you can buy alongside that? So if you're ordering lunch, can you add on, I don't know, dessert? If you're ordering dinner, can you add on top-up shopping for your breakfast the next day, and so on. So the first is sort of demand generation. The second pillar I would think about is the operational experience. So how quickly are you getting the items that you're shopping for? What was the experience while you were ordering? Were you able to easily locate the item, follow the description to get exactly what you wanted, and then place the order and be in touch with the driver or the courier partner and sort of follow their journey to just ensure you have that feeling of security. The third is the support experience. I think Dip alluded to it quite a bit, but how does your customer feel supported with not just the information you're giving them proactively, but the retroactive support you'd give them if something does go wrong. And then the fourth is, I think you referred to it, Lizzie, payment gateway. So just ensuring that it's seamless in terms of paying. And I think there are lots of players doing a really amazing job at this globally and also locally. And we're really trying to bring that like excellent, seamless experience to not just the customer who you think about as yourself when you're ordering, but the merchant who's putting their products on Uber Eats and hoping that you can generate demand for them, that you pay them on time, and that you're following their brand through with an excellent operational experience. And the delivery partners who are really partnering with you to ensure that there's like a 360 coverage of the customer. They're as much your partner or customer as the merchant and the customer who's receiving the products.
Yeah, sure, Koi. So listening to the three of you and looking at the definitely different segments of customers that all your businesses serve, and the different touch points we just talked about, the elements that you just defined for us, it definitely has to be a complex thing to make sure that all the desires and of every customer that comes on to interact with your businesses are met. So looking and going back to the old adage I mentioned earlier on customer is king, but then looking at the customer as an agent who then provides information that helps you customize their experience to make sure that it's positive. So back to you, Lizzie. How can we use the user-generated content, through customer reviews, ratings, which have a significant impact on their purchasing decisions? How can e-commerce businesses harness this user-generated content to build trust and improve their customer experience as well?
Definitely, absolutely. I think great question. I think first of all, customer review is almost your go-to place to know if you're relevant, right? If you're staying relevant, have I built the product for the customer or have I built the product for myself, right? So getting customer ratings is definitely an eye-opener. It's one of the KPIs or metrics you can use to improve your services and generally business operations. And you can do this through very simple apps and not just apps, but softwares, correct me, such as your Net Promoter Score, right? Our customers getting very good. You're looking at behavioral patterns. You're looking at, is my product working well? Did I serve my customer well? Did my customer service agent serve the customer well, right? So these are all key indicators that you can get looking at your Net Promoter Score, or what they call NPS. There's also customer satisfaction or CSAT surveys that you can run, the various surveys. Again, different types of software to use, HubSpot, Hotjar, like I mentioned before. And these really help you to see where you are also competitively in the competitive landscape, right? How am I doing versus my competitors? What is my product offering? How can I build that? And then Google My Business reviews, that's also a good indicator when people, it helps with your ranking, it helps building trust as well, and credibility, because that's what customers look for. They also look at your social media, see how people leave reviews, leave remarks. How fast is your customer turnaround response time, right? Are you quick? Are you able to respond to a customer in 15 minutes, 1 hour or less? Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hold on to the trust issue once again, and I know it came up earlier in the previous discussions that we had in the morning. And back to you, Koi, because customer trust is definitely vital in e-commerce, especially because we don't have the physical and in-person interactions happening. And there's a huge debate around data security as a top concern for online shoppers. We have a lot of SMEs in the audience, and it would be good to hear from you. How do you build and maintain trust throughout the customer journey, especially when dealing with the user data, which has been a big issue? In your experience, what are the key trust building measures that then they should put into consideration?
That's an excellent question. I think they say the fifth industrial age will be one where data is sort of the critical resource, much like oil was in the last one. And I think as Uber, we collect so much data, and how careful we are with that data, I think encourages more of our customers, like I've mentioned before, to put trust in us. And it's pretty critical. If you're a merchant, you're giving us where your stores are located. We see what kind of customers you have. We know what your revenues look like. And that data is accessible only to you. So one, I think, is just the very clear walls and boundaries you put between the data and the data owners in terms of who has access to what data. The second is, I think there are principles of data protection that we're super rigid about. One, as a global listed company, we of course subscribe to all the international regulations, GDPR, etc., that speak to data protection. Over and above that, I think some principles like, I think it's called data minimization, where you only collect what you need for that particular purpose. The second is probably how you store your data, so storage limitations in terms of how long you store data for, and exactly what you're storing. It has to only benefit the use that you're looking to store it for. So not collecting unnecessary data, not keeping it longer than you need to have. And there's so many touch points that you need data in order to enhance the security experience for your consumers, from a demand side to create products and features that are more suitable to your customers, to know what to list. So data is, like gold or like oil. So how you treat it, has that same severity in terms of like the security that you should have around it. And we're extremely serious about that at Uber.
Thank you, Koi. I hope the SMEs looking to thrive online are able to draw some very valuable insights from that. So let's shift gears a little bit, looking at e-commerce in its global context and as a channel that has allowed cross-border trade to happen. So back to you, Dave. Wasoko is now present in several East African and countries and others in the region as well. Could you provide examples of how your platform tailors the customer journey or positive customer experience to meet the specific needs and preferences of these customers across the different geographic locations that you are operating in?
Yes, good question. So localization is very important to us. We serve across East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia. Each of them have different cultural contexts, like you've mentioned, different needs and preferences. Even if all we are selling or what we're majorly selling are things like rice, sugar, oil, etc., people still have different preferences. Rice in Rwanda, I think they want it in white bags. But then when you take it cross-border to DRC, the same rice has to be in a yellow bag. Otherwise, people are not going to buy it. In Rwanda, oil, they want rectangular jerry cans with a very big handle that would look very strange in Kenya, for example. Kenyans consume sugar mainly in 1 kilogram packs, no, 2 kilogram packs. And in Rwanda, they consume mainly in 1 kilogram packs. So we really need to understand these differences and preferences and make sure that we stock up and sell to them what is locally relevant.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm trying to think if I ever think about the color my rice comes in, as long as it cooks. All right. Okay, so back to, I think, the data question, Lizzie. After we've gone abroad, then we come a little bit back on leveraging data effectively so that it can lead to more agile, competitive, and successful businesses. So how can these online businesses, all these shops that are brick and mortar looking to increase their visibility and customer reach online, how can they measure and evaluate success of initiatives aimed at improving their customer journey?
I think, first of all, the power of data is key. And like both my panelists, my co-panelists have said, it's first of all important that we have a framework and we abide by the regulatory frameworks. For example, both Bahrain, Kenya, and PGAMI are GDPR compliant, as well as locally compliant with our local DPO office. Using data and the set of KPIs can actually guide where your website is, how relevant you are. For example, the set of KPIs that we look at, the traffic coming into your site, the time on the site that one is spending on, bounce rates. If it's a very high bounce rate, that means something is not working, or your product is sort of old and stale and null and void, right? Mm-hmm. So there are a set of different metrics that can help guide where your business is going. Your Google Analytics, AI, for example, a really good set of tools. We've talked about AI, I think, all morning today. We use it, and you've got to use it professionally as well, because you can fall off the bandwagon because there's no playbook that comes with AI, right? But you have to create your own set of guidelines for when you use it. And then also when it comes to, I think, how agile you're going to be with your business. You've got to be open. How are you going to pivot your business, right? How are you doing your innovation? Are you with market trends? Are you doing things to test? Testing is very, very important. And we do that all the time. How you build your product, who you're building your product, and can you build your product with your customer as well?
Yeah, okay. So you mentioned something around using data, especially in terms of the customer experience, in how long they have to wait for a good or a product to get to them. And looking at Wasoko's case in the different locations you operate, e-commerce logistics can be quite challenging, and supply disruptions definitely impact on the customer experience of the businesses that you serve. How do you mitigate these challenges to ensure, timely deliveries, product availability, and all the issues around logistics?
We do very detailed, very data-driven sales and operations planning. So for all of our products, it's very important to us to know what is the demand at any given point in time, how much space do we have in our warehouses, how utilized are our middle mile and last mile logistics capabilities, and based on all of that, how much supply do we need? Like you said, sometimes there's a disruption in the rice market, sugar. We've had issues in Kenya for some time. Rice prices are going up. I think it's going to be the next case study. Buy a lot of rice if you haven't already. Over the next couple of months, rice prices are going to go up. So based on all of this information that we have, we stock up to make sure that we'll be able to meet the demand. Because we've operated for over 5 years and a long time in a lot of our markets, we also know the cycles of demand, and really simply just have to make sure that we always have enough stock to meet the demand.
Okay, thank you for that tip. I think I saw a few people pick their phones to make their orders for their rice before it goes up. I know time is not on our side, but quickly, so you've gone through the work of making sure the products get to the customer, but then sometimes things don't go as smoothly as we foresee or expect that they should, and we have returns and refunds to deal with, which can be quite challenging. So, Koi, maybe you can tell us how you handle these aspects, ensuring that this does not disrupt the overall customer journey. So, what strategies can be implemented to simplify the returns and refunds for the customer?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think before you get to returns and refunds, you need to think about your operational experience end to end and how you can proactively prevent the occurrence of such things. And I think on one side, you want to, so if you think about, I'll use my own marketplace, the merchants, and making sure they have the products in stock, what kind of data are you feeding them so that they ensure that they're stocked quite well? Are you listing products effectively? Are you listing the amounts available, etc.? Mm-hmm. And then on the supply side, when we think about the courier partners or the delivery partners, you want to ensure that as many of your requests are completed as possible. So the certainty of receiving your product. And the second is the time in which you receive it. Even after ensuring that you're operationally excellent as much as possible, for sure, there are, situations that you can't help, an accident, a political situation that stops your delivery partners from getting to the customer, right? So one, I think, is how do you communicate that an order has been cancelled? And let me tell you something, people are very passionate about their food. And if they don't receive what they thought they were going to receive at the time they thought they were going to receive it, they're very irate. So is your support experience straightforward and clear? Can people report clearly? And then on the back end of it, I think understanding that your customers are unique, and how you respond to them also requires like an understanding of the environment. So if it's a first-time customer, for example, can you be more lenient with your policies to go beyond just refunding to appeasement so that you keep them coming back? Because if you're a first-time customer and you have a terrible experience, one thing we know about Kenyans, like they quietly walk away. They won't loudly aggravate you. They will quietly walk away and not, demonstrate that loyalty. That loyalty comes through really robust policies when they feel like they've been wronged. Mm-hmm. So on returns, because we're an e-commerce business that is an aggregator that is on behalf of merchants, I would say that that is on its way to becoming an excellent product, but it's not yet there. On refunds though, and appeasements, I would say we have extremely lenient policies, and I think we really understand the market context and ensure we communicate in a timely way. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, so you challenged us earlier that we are in between lunch. This panel is the one keeping people waiting, but I believe in our audience, so they'll give us a few minutes just so that we look forward a little bit and just say what the future is looking like, right? And maybe you can start so that then we finish it off. Looking ahead as, this dynamic, very dynamic e-commerce landscape continues to evolve. What emerging trends, innovations should we expect to see in the coming future that's, impacting and shaping online shoppers' customer journey?
Yeah. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think one is the ecosystem play. I think many people have chatted about it. We have excellent examples globally, form of what Apple is trying to do, Alibaba, etc. So that ecosystem play in terms of your customers' share of pocket and how often you're playing in that share of pocket. The second, I think, is some form of membership or subscription to generate that loyalty, that retention, and that stickiness from your consumers. I'd say the third is probably like B2B2C, which is becoming really popular, where you take advantage of the scalable that are from an operational perspective, you're operationally excellent by piggybacking off of that. And the fourth is probably partnerships that are mutually beneficial for players, depending on the spaces that you play in. So banks and e-commerce players, payment gateways and e-commerce players and live venues, and how we can plug into the audiences that are going for in-person experiences.
Okay, thank you, Koi. You mentioned some global context there. So I've crossed over to you, Deep, looking into the future of this global context of e-commerce, how you envision the role of cross-border trade, which is something you're already doing in international markets, in enhancing the unified customer journey that we just defined. So what strategies will become essential for the businesses that are listening to us this afternoon, looking to expand their global reach?
We expect, particularly at companies like Wasoko, where we're gathering data on consumption across various different markets, to see much more cross-border and international trade going forward, right? For example, and the reason, the whole point of this, why it's going to happen, is because we'll be able to provide the right quality of goods to customers at the lowest price, by observing and taking advantage of trends, right? So, for example, Rwandans consume a lot of wheat flour, but there's shortages of it there, whereas in Tanzania, there's a lot of favorably priced wheat flour. So what we're able to do to give our Rwandan customers the best price at the right quality is to take wheat flour from Tanzania into Rwanda. So I think we can expect to see more and more of this happening, but it's quite challenging because a lot of the tax laws and the treatment of exports and imports is not transparent at all. So it's very important for anyone who's looking into doing this kind of trading to really get good advisors and have good understanding of the import-export regulations and tax laws, so that they don't burn their fingers doing it.
Okay, thank you, Deep. So lastly, Lizzie, I know you work with quite a number of MSMEs and young entrepreneurs. So based on your experience and looking to the future, what advice or key takeaways do we have to offer these aspiring entrepreneurs and businesses who are looking to thrive in this ever-evolving ecosystem of e-commerce?
I think one thing to always keep in mind is that we live in a world where we have a changing landscape. Changing economies, changing in product lines, changing in customer preference. So customers are looking for good websites or online services which are very innovative and have a lot of products and services to offer. So I would put it down into what I call my three mix of ingredients. The first is always being able to be embracing adaptability and being agile, be open-minded. Being in the e-commerce industry and myself for 10 years, I've had to learn to be very resilient. It takes time and it takes patience. So I think you should be willing to be open. How will you pivot your business? How will you experiment? I talked about experimentation, and that is, how do you optimize using different things that are now coming up? You can see it in the world of digitalization. You've got AI, you've got data analytics, you've got Google Analytics, all these things I think you need to embrace. And that is why you need to keep some is something aside in your budget for investment in technology, right? And I think most importantly, prioritize customer centricity. Yeah, and you can do that by what kind of services you offer, personalize your offering to your customer, right? And making sure that you give them the best value for the product. Not only value, but really good support, advice. Customers also turn to you for advice because they're like, hey, you've been in the business a long time. You can tell me how to run it. Give me the insights. Share with them data insights and all, coming to e-commerce day is a big one for everybody in this room today. And I think you need to applaud yourselves for that, because this is right where you learn. This is where it all starts. You learn from all the panelists before me and after me and with each other. So these are really good networking experiences that you get. Study and improve your business lines. And I think lastly, again, I'm going to touch on it. It's all about innovation, right? Building products together for the consumer and then being nimble, continuous improvement.
Thank you very much, Lizzie, for ending us with that encouraging note. Personally, I came to learn a lot. So in the spirit of e-commerce, this was like a knowledge shopping experience. So I hope our knowledge shopping carts are full this afternoon. I don't know if we have time for a couple of questions. No, we don't. Okay, so if you have a question, please feel free to walk up to any of the panelists during the lunch break and you can engage further. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Sylvia. For those of you who are able to see, she's wearing 2 different types of shoes, but she may have had an accident. We wish you a quick recovery, Sylvia. All right, I'm sure you will agree with me that this morning has been nothing short of incredible. Some really great insights from all our speakers. Let's appreciate all of them one more time before we break for lunch. Just to make a very quick announcement for those who are participating in the startup competition, if you are pitching this afternoon, as we walk out, please meet Ame and Anne right at the registration booth. They'll be able to give you some directions on how to manage your afternoon pitching session. So it is now time for lunch. We are now breaking after the first part of the day. I hope all of you have now received your lunch voucher, which you should have gotten at registration. If you haven't, please pass by the registration desk as well. And on the voucher, you'll be able to see exactly where you're having lunch. So it will either be at the Acacia restaurant or the Big 5 restaurant. So look at your voucher to see exactly where your lunch will be. If you're at the Acacia restaurant, when you exit the room, you'll take the elevators to your right to the 3rd floor. If you are at the Acacia restaurant, so once you exit the room, take the elevators on your right to the 3rd floor. If you are at the Big 5 restaurant, you will go back to the registration area, take the elevators that are right next, and exit the building towards the Ole Sereni Hotel. So if you're eating at the Big 5, you will head towards the Ole Sereni Hotel. We are looking forward to see you back here at 2 o'clock. For those of you who are joining us online, we will be back here at 2 o'clock Nairobi time with more exciting discussions. For now, do enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here promptly at 2 o'clock.